Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Now, if you would have caught me in Fuzzy Zone, tell you something, Jam, you son of a bitch. You want to leave early? You can just leave forever, bitch. Tell you that right now. I'll just have Jay in on Monday, bitch. I bet you he wouldn't. Jay lets me know about it. Jay does. Jay doesn't let me know, 12 hours before the fact. Dan. You know what, Dan? I'll tell you what right now, Dan. You enjoy yourself. But no, Ben, you're not coming back on Monday. I'll tell you that right now.
Fired.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I'm on a plane on my way back.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Hello, everybody. Mondays feel like you're hungover a little bit, even though you may not just getting on the air and getting the microphone situated and the headphones volumes and just because we've been away for a few days, we get rusty or obviously. I think I did something Friday night. Live, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah,
I think I fell out. I think I may have.
You could tell that. You could kind of tell when
my stuff was kicking in a little bit.
Yeah, it went down.
But
pretty quick.
Did
he fall asleep on the air again?
Did I embarrass myself?
No. You got out just in time.
Did I say, hey, I think I need to go now because I'm starting to get a little fuzzy?
Well, the positive is that
I pee my pants?
You had Merch Crick here, so she was able to get you out of here.
She was?
Yeah.
She was on the air?
Yeah.
Not very much.
Yeah.
I first started on Friday, and she was like right there. I'm like, just you go sit down if you're going to be in the studio, I can't have you in my peripheral vision. Like, get out. Get out of here. Or, go down by Anna's or something where I can't see you.
You don't like people up there?
Oh. No, I do not. I do not. You came in real hot there, buddy. But it's okay.
Is that better? Yeah.
Bubba controls it.
Okay.
Yeah. You just all I need.
Was it me? Was it or was the microphone?
No. All I need is for you to be consistent.
Okay.
Like talk the same way each time because I do have levels over here, and see Jay talks differently than you do as far as just projection and how he configures the microphone. All that determines on how loud you project, and so I make the necessary adjustments over here.
May I ask a dumb question?
What?
The little vents on the shaft of the mic. Do you point those towards your mouth?
Yeah, well,
I do because they weren't that way when I came in. So maybe Jay had the mic rotated a little bit.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't really.
It doesn't matter on why you were a little bit hotter. I fixed you over here, buddy. Just I don't know. Jay probably
doesn't work the mic.
I don't. He didn't. He doesn't. Yeah, we'll go with that. Jay doesn't know how to work the mic, and then you know what? We'll tell Jay that's your opinion, not mine.
Okay.
Jay doesn't know how to work the mic. God, you're already coming in fighting with your brother.
Not really.
First thing out of your hole is start picking a fight with your brother.
No, I love him, man.
So-
He almost got in an accident on the track this weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on. No, we have to make sure we backfill. Everybody doesn't understand when we talk about Jay and Dan being on the track. They're super rich and they're doctors and lawyers, and they have race cars that they go down to Sebring and race maybe once every 6 weeks, something like that.
Yes, we were on that schedule, but now Jay has this membership at the Motor Enclave here by the Hard Rock Casino.
Right, and
so that's where he was.
Now, what's the size difference or the new Motor Enclave built here in Tampa? Is it drastically smaller than Sebring, or is it
half Eddie?
What?
From half Eddie from the comedy thing, it's half the distance.
All right.
What's half? Yeah.
Half Eddie talking about getting a divorce, his American Girl, Mbufu. Remember? I don't remember.
Man, what are you on?
Yeah,
I want half Eddie.
Wow.
Anna, Lummy, maybe Rat. Does anybody understand where Dan's at right now?
No.
With this
not
half
really.
Edie kind of deal?
Eddie, like Eddie Murphy.
All right, well,
okay. Bye-bye.
I was just asking about the new track size, and you give me
it's half.
something so
It's like 3.7.
obscure movie reference.
3.7 versus like 1.9ish.
I sent you the link, Bubba.
It's beautiful though. It's paved in gold. It's a gorgeous track.
Paved in
it's
gold?
It's not. I mean, figuratively. It's just super smooth. It's super flat. It's it's beautiful. It's a beautiful track. Beautiful facility.
Now, who owns this place?
Well, I don't know. There's some company that built a couple of them across the country, and they seem to be pretty lucrative for the company building them.
Isn't there 3 in Florida now?
I don't know if I'm the same company, but there's
all right, so
I don't know.
The concept is they sell you garages for you to keep. It's not for some guy that's got. It's made for like Porsches and Lamborghini. Like, could a guy go out there with his, his Nova or something like that?
Sure, you can go out with anything, an SUV, whatever you want if you're a member, and have been, certified on the track. So the garages are 2 stories. Like they build the top floor into a hangout area.
And according to their website, they are the largest private garage community in the world.
What, the Enclave or the Enclave Tampa?
Enclave Tampa.
The Enclave Tampa is the largest private garage / you have access to this badass racetrack in America.
And a dirt track.
Yep.
Now, hold on. What do you mean a dirt track?
Well, it's like an off-road dirt course.
It's not like
not like an oval.
Not like an
yours.
oval. It's more like a enduro kind of like that kind of deal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. With the jump.
Now, where's this place at?
Right by the casino.
Yeah,
right over there.
The
Okay.
executive airport.
Yeah, between the casino and the airport.
And how many garage spaces do they have?
A ton.
Isn't it really expensive too?
Yeah, which is why I'm not a member. Jay and Rob have the garage, and I'm because I'm his brother, I'm getting like a family deal.
Oh, okay.
So I like to come in on that side. I have a little Anna in me.
If you click on garages,
you got a little on you. Let's just keep it right at that. Okay, I appreciate you.
They're pretty badass.
Deal.
So let me see. Oh wow!
They build them out.
Yeah.
So that, some people invest. Some people buy 2 or 3, combine them, and then build like a giant apartment on top with balcony.
Can they live there?
I think you can. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think you can live there, but I think you can stay there for like a long weekend.
Yeah.
It has a resort pool.
Yeah, it's got a pool.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, you don't build a pool if you don't allow people to spend the night, right? I mean,
right. You would think.
Yeah.
Yes.
One would think.
You would think. And
did they come with one day?
No, they come in a box. It's a cinder block box. It's a cinder block box. It's 2 stories high, and you have to build it out yourself.
Oh, you have to build it out yourself.
Yeah, but it's not like a DIY. It's like you have to contract with certain approved contractors.
Oh, like you just can't have Big Red and the Get Fresh crew there this weekend. You got to have probably.
I don't know. I'd rather do that. Be honest.
Well, yes, you're going to save a ton of money there.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I get done well and quickly.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, they probably have just give you have a list of a certain amount of people that can work,
right.
that can drywall and put in plumbing and put in HVAC.
No, they're all AC'd already.
Oh, they are.
That part's already done. So it's like a giant, air conditioned garage. You can put probably 6 cars in without lifts.
If you scroll down, they start showing people's garages that are there now.
And some people feature their
hold
cars.
Yeah.
Is that somebody's garage?
Yeah, these are all people's garages.
These have to be what are they like bankers and lawyers and doctors and.
So that's the size that car. If you went back one slide with those 7 cars, you could do that in their garage. It's about the size of that. It's about 3 cars wide. Yeah, like that. We could do that in the garage.
Wow. How many are in there right now?
I don't know, 3.
Now does Rob have any exotic stuff?
Rob's got a couple exotic stuff. He got a SF90 recently. So,
he did? Wow. Now will he take it out on the track?
I hope he does. I mean, if he's got even one testicle, he'll take it out.
So what's the rules with regards to like? Okay, so you buy the garage space. I can only imagine. I mean, do you have?
They doubled in value since you bought it. The guys that bought it in the beginning have almost doubled their money.
Really?
Yes, because it's only a limited amount, and even though it's the biggest, there's still a ton of car enthusiasts in Florida. It's certain states are different than others, and Florida is one of those states where people love their cars more so than in a lot of other states. It's like Southern California.
Well, I think the weather has a lot to do with it too. Because
yes.
I mean, if you live in Indiana, you can't drive your SF90 in December, January. Like when it starts snow, after it snows, and then till like April. Where there's still snow on the ground and it's real sloshy, I don't think you're driving your $600,000 Ferrari in Warsaw, Indiana in February.
No, and although New York's got a lot of money, it's got the same weather problems as Indiana.
Right, exactly. So I mean, here on the other hand,
there's
in
money
California,
and
in Phoenix, like Arizona, maybe Vegas, things like that, you can probably there's. The exotic car market and things like that.
Money with weather.
They probably wouldn't build one of these facilities like in Green Bay, Wisconsin, or Milwaukee, or something.
Actually, I think there is one like in Detroit or something like that. There are a couple. Yeah, I mean, Lummy might be able to tell you, geographically where some of the other ones are. But
now, what's the rules? If you own a garage, then you can go out anytime you want on the track.
Yeah, I mean, there's an annual fee like any condo association.
For a track pass. Do you get to buy this place and then buy a track pass too?
These are questions for Jay.
Yeah. Okay.
And Jay, Jay can actually show you the video, but Jay narrowly missed getting T-boned by an out of control squirreling Corvette that goes right by him. And thank God Jay had good situational awareness and he's not a neophyte, because Rob Elder would have turned into the guy because he doesn't have that experience that Jay has. Jay's, I can tease Jay a lot because it's fun and he's my brother and it's just joyous to tease him.
And you just love to do it.
Yeah, it's joyous.
And he's the younger brother and you've been doing it all your life.
My entire life.
And it's really, really, really tough, even though Jay's better at some stuff than you are. It's tough for you to admit that just because you had your boot on his neck for so long being the younger brother, that even though Jay's better than you, and Jay is a better racer than you.
He's
better at 2 things.
There are 2 things.
He's better at 3. Jay is better than, this is my.
Okay, I'll give you the 2.
Oh, I'm going to give him 2.
I know you.
I'm going to give you my
I'm
list.
See if I agree.
He's better at you at 3 things.
Okay, save racing for last.
Lawyering.
Yes.
Okay. Surfing.
Yep.
And racing.
Oh, Dan's better at racing.
Yeah, whatever. Hope Jay is listening.
Yeah, we're at best equal. I think I'm better. You put me in the same car as him at the same track, and I will pull better times.
All right, so he was at the Enclave yesterday. What was he driving? His Porsche?
He was mixing it up. He actually drove 3 cars. He drove both of our Ferraris and his Porsche GT2 RS.
Now when he goes there,
that's the thing about it. He had it all to himself.
What I'm saying is, this has got to be cooler than going to Sebring, because Sebring, there's so much infrastructure needed. You got to get, a crew.
Exactly, right.
You got to get you got trailers and haulers and trucks, and this one here, man, you just whip it out of the garage,
right?
Gas it up, make sure it's ready to go, boom. And if you don't, hit or crash anything, you pull it right back in the garage.
And it's in the exact same condition it was that morning. It doesn't beat up the car like Sebring. Sebring is a very
old,
traumatic.
And it's old. It's got bad asphalt.
Right.
It's got,
cement.
It's
not even asphalt. It's cement.
Well, they've patched it up in certain sections.
Yes.
And it's just, it's just not as smooth. The transitions aren't as smooth.
No.
The corner,
you're on rumble strips and dirt a lot. Yeah. Literally on dirt. Like some of the turns, you are specifically supposed to get your tire on dirt.
Do you think that you might not go to?
No. It'll be a mix. It'll be a mix. See, the nice thing is he was able to go through 3 cars and shake him down a little bit without having to spend the trailers and the overnights and the hotels. And those days would have been very expensive but frustrating days at Sebring, whereas Jay was able to get 3 cars on the track and get to evaluate all 3 cars.
How many cars did they allow the track at one time?
They haven't gotten anywhere near that because in the expert group that Jay's already qualified for, there was only 2 cars on the track, which ultimately became 1 car on the track when Joey Corvette,
Calvin Corvette decides that he wants to go ahead and act like he's a Tokyo drifter.
Second lap.
What's he do? Does he loop it?
He comes in
too hot,
really hot, and then cuts the apex late, squealing his wheels and slides right through into the wall. Boom.
Now hold on. Did he hit the wall?
Oh, yeah.
Now they have to have we're not liable, if you wad up your $300,000 YPO, that's on you. They have to have a big form that says all wrecks are on you, buddy.
Oh yeah, 100% on him. Dude.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, my brake went to the ground." Dude, your brakes don't overheat on the second lap.
Now what if
that doesn't happen?
What if you would hurt somebody?
There's all kinds of waivers. Depends.
Right.
Now here's the problem. I don't think this track has really predicted all of the potential crashes that are going to happen because they're thinking, okay, this track has a beautiful design and it's a beautiful track. But personally, since I've looked at it and it's only been around for a month or two. It's been being run.
Talking about the new Tampa Auto Enclave where only the rich can talk. I mean,
exactly.
Nobody. 99.9% of our audience and nobody else on the show can even relate to being able to roll like this, right, Lummy?
No, not at all.
But see that what do you see on the edge of that track, Bubba? Green grass, right? And what happens when your tires hit grass? Especially if there's a little dew on it.
Right, I understand.
It slides like ice. So
now,
you're going to get on the grass, and then all of a sudden you're in the wall every time.
Hold on. They're showing me this. Okay, so that's the off-road, and then I saw a little dirt, and that's probably still the off-road, 200-acre motorsports paradise. Now, what? And it looks like a Jeep course, Yeah,
they got like a Jeep course. They got like a fast off-road course.
Is that the race course there right there?
Yeah. So you see how close some of those walls are to the track, and there's only grass, which doesn't slow a car down.
Now, what about they keep showing these what part?
Oh, that's like an autocross course too.
Like you wouldn't do all that. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah. To me, I think Jay's like autocross is fun. I'm like, yeah, if you've never been on a racetrack,
right? So anyway,
just like training wheels are fun if you've never been on a big boy bicycle.
So they have like garages like here.
Yeah, all
here,
there. Right.
Here.
Okay, see the bottom right, the angled garage.
Bottom right.
Yeah, that just above the C of the enclave. Where it says Enclave, right there. That's where their garage.
Oh, right here.
That's the area right there.
That's just where your guys' garage are.
Right. Jay's garage is right there.
These are all garages down here, right?
And the whole thing has got garages.
What are the garages going for nowadays?
Again, I think that would be a Jay question.
Well, how about it be a Dan question and you take a guess? 400?
Yeah, 350. 400.
But do you own? I mean, you own it though, don't you?
It's like a condo. You own a condo with a there's an association.
Wow, 400.
But I think they start off at 250, when now they're 400. That's what I'm saying. Like they've almost doubled.
I know, but that's just shelled out, Willie. That's
empty shell.
That's
just
before you put another 200 in it.
Yep. 350.
Because if you got those kind of cars, man, you don't scrimp on the you don't script on the interior.
Yeah, you don't put a princess in a dungeon.
But I sent you an aerial view of it.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Lummy. I don't know how we got off into this topic, but we are.
Jay almost got in an accident.
What's that?
Jay almost got into an accident. Yeah.
So Dan, on this course, I'm assuming Jay's garage.
Yes, right there, right on that turn.
Right here.
So
he pulls out, womp womp, straight away.
No, he pulls out he goes out behind it first to get onto the track. And has to go around
like
that. Yeah, no, other way, towards that blue thing. Yeah, that way. That's the pit in. That's the track on.
Right here. And now is this what direct? Okay, boom.
No, go to the right. Go to the right. You go up, then you go up. No, not up. Follow the track, past the orange, past the white. Now take a right. Yes.
Oh. Go up there.
Yes.
Down there, round there, round there. Bam, bam. This is your straightaway.
Right, if I get you big straight.
Boom. Then you got to boom. Then it gets you back on a little. Boom. All right. So how 1.6?
Yeah, it takes about a minute and 20 seconds on a fast car.
What was Jay's top speed?
I don't remember his top speed, but we worry more about times than top speeds.
Right.
I think he
That's
got.
what I meant.
I think he got into the 140s, maybe 150s, going on the back
What's
stretch.
the track record? Do they have any of that yet?
Well, Jay's turned to 17.9 there, which he was told is a very good time. And he hasn't tried
1 minute 17.9.
Yes, I think probably like a 1:15 is probably a good time there.
What's the most exotic car that you've seen so far?
Probably ours.
Really?
The 48 Challenge Evos. Jay has GT2 RS, which is beautiful. He's going to take his 918 out there probably. I'm sure we'll see Paganis, and I'm sure we'll see a Bugatti. It's because there's no people on the track at any given time. There's only maybe 2 or 3 people on the track. You can take a car like that and not worry about some jackass, T-boning you or rear-ending you because he doesn't know what he's doing on the track like Captain Corvette.
But Jay, yeah. So thank God Jay's,
Yeah, he could have been, because he would kind of got, if he had hit his back left bumper, it would have spun him out to the right.
How close was so?
It's close, dude. You'll see the video. Jay's got the video.
So now hold on. Is Jay in front? Or Jay's behind this dude, right?
No. Jay's in front. The guy's behind him. It's the second lap. They're still kind of should be warming up.
So this guy's trying to pass Jay?
I guess. I don't know. Jay gave him 2 point buys to pass earlier in the lap. The guy didn't take him. And so coming down this back straight, I guess Corvette boy thought he had enough juice coming in and then hits his brakes and, allegedly didn't have any brakes, which I don't believe on a second lap. How could you fry your brakes?
As long as he's behind Jay, I mean, he really didn't probably.
Jay had disregarded him because at speed, Jay's car is going to be 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than that car.
Right.
It's not a race car. It was just a street Corvette with street tires, which again is the best way to if you want to taste what a wall tastes like, buy a Corvette and take it on the track.
Man. Can you imagine what kind of dollar damage you think you did?
I mean, it was a $50,000 wreck. Yeah, I mean it was the whole right side.
And I mean at the end of the day, man, I don't know that your insurance covers.
Well, if you buy it, you have to buy supplemental insurance.
Oh, okay.
Your track day insurance. Yeah, they have policies for that. So, yeah, but there's like 10% deductible, 20% deductible.
Yeah, but hold on. If you just had your regular across the regular road insurance, it ain't gonna. And you're like, hey, I took this thing on the track. And I take out the.
That's on you, buddy.
That right? I think that's how it's going to be.
No, it's on you.
So that wasn't even what you did. That's what Jay did this weekend.
Yeah, it's very exciting though. He has it all on video, which is so beautiful. I mean, it's great.
Hopefully, he can get it to Lummy, so Lummy can get it for us to put up. Yeah. So if Lummy or Jay or whoever, Danny, when Jay gets up, whatever time he gets up, tell him if he can send it to Lummy so that Lummy can have it ready to go.
Okay.
For when he comes in today, as he filled in for you on. How was your trip?
It was nice. I mean, I evaluate these trips if they're going to change the way I do things, and this does. This will change. Yeah.
All right. So when you go to a medical conference, it's other doctors that potentially either there's one, some new technology out there, or two, there's a new way or technique to do a procedure that like a new there's a
maneuver.
New little trick on a rhinoplasty or an eyebrow lift or a surgical procedure that you do under the guise of plastic surgery. Somebody is either sharing their little secret or they developed a new technique, right? I mean that's kind of what you're going for.
Yes.
Or if you and it's not a good conference if everything that you saw you already knew,
or you feel like you should have taught it yourself.
Yeah. Or you feel like their technique is actually very subpar compared to yours.
Right.
And you want to step in. You want to step in and be like, no.
Sometimes
that's not.
Oh, I have.
You do?
Yeah, I've stood up at a couple conferences like, guys, you guys have it all wrong.
For real?
Yeah.
Listen, I know you're the guy up on stage and everything, but I'm Dr. Dan.
I gotta say, man, I can't help myself.
I know it better.
I wonder if the other doctors go, look, it's this guy again. Oh, Jesus.
No, because one of the times I did that, I had like 7 or 8 guys come up to me afterwards and ask me questions and talk to me and thank me for saying that, and And I was right about the whole implant recall. 2 years before the textured implant recall, I stood up in Miami. I'm like, you guys are still talking about textured implants? That's like talking about VHS cassettes. You guys know they stink. You know there's problems, and you continue to use them. Listen, I am a lawyer too, and I tell you what, you guys better be damn well justified.
He's standing up in the general population, professing all this. I'm a lawyer too.
And you better be damn well justified in using that implant when there's a problem later on that is going to happen.
Who puts on these conferences? Is it like People have
societies
medical
or
devices.
it
trying to
depends.
push.
It depends.
Was it in Phoenix or where was it?
it was in
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Phoenix is, I mean,
It's
did
nice
you,
town.
did
It's
you have
hot.
a good time?
I mean, it was standard stuff. It's like going to a mall where everything's the same. Phoenix is one of those towns.
So you get in. Now, do you usually stay at the host hotel?
Yeah.
Is that like
Yeah, it's a nice hotel.
Okay. And do you and the doctors do you have friends?
I have always. There's usually someone I know there. Almost always there's someone I know there. I ran into a guy that I did my residency with, so I hadn't seen him but maybe twice in the last 25 years. So it was nice to see him. There's a couple plastic surgeons from this area here. It was a lot of reconstructive stuff. So there's a reconstructive breast surgeon here that was there, and she was very nice, and it's nice to get away for a couple of days. She's tiny.
What is the I got to think that
Asian.
This particular industry, plastic surgery, I have to think that it was 10, 15 years ago, 90-10. Male to female ratio, and have the numbers. Are there more women in it now?
Yes.
There wasn't hardly any women in it back in the day, right?
Well, for a couple reasons. Back in the day, women didn't go to medical school. When I went to medical school, we were 50% women, and now I think it's a majority of women are in medical school.
Really?
So
but most of those don't become surgeons, right?
But let me get to the medical school part first, and that is, so sort of now the guys have a glass ceiling trying to get into medical school.
Get back in.
Because they're absolutely the minority in medical school. Now, when it comes to surgery, there was even more of a discrepancy. Yes, because I'm going to say two things that are going to be offensive, and so I'm not going to say them. I'm going to instead say I think that women are being more accepted now in surgery than they have in the past. But I think a woman operating next to a guy is like a woman playing basketball against the guy. And I don't think it's a fair game.
The skill set's not anything to do with physicality.
The hell it don't. And so it really does. It has to do with endurance, has to do with strength, and it has to do with dexterity. And it has to do, more importantly, with pressure and decision-making under pressure, plus the intense residency that you have to go through to become a surgeon versus like an endocrinologist. So those types of residencies tend to be avoided by women that don't want to work 120 hours a week for 5 or 6 years and want to maybe have a family or have a baby during their residency. Right. So because the surgeons don't tolerate that crap. So, I got to work 12 months a year, but you got to work 9 because you had a baby this year and you're going to have, another baby next year and take out another 3 months for maternity? It's just not appropriate or fair. And they lack in their training because a lot of them are taking...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maternity time.
You just get all churned up, man. You're like,
calm down.
Well, he's like spooling up a turbocharger, man. You get him spooled up.
Yeah. Well,
really,
sorry. They could be OBGYN
attention,
surgeons.
Dan is spooled up right now. Man.
This Friday, he's getting
So did you get back? When did you get back? Sunday?
No, yeah, but late. I got hung up in Chicago on a layover.
Hold on, you did a layover.
Well, it was. I was trying to get because I was trying to get back rapidly, and I wanted to have the nice afternoon. So I was supposed to be in by like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was going to have a great day. And then I get to Chicago, and something's wrong with the planes. They have to bring another plane in.
So hold on, you went Phoenix to Chicago.
Yeah, on the way out I went through
Tampa.
Yeah, on the way out I went through Dallas. But on the way up, for some reason, it was Chicago. And that was just the earliest flight.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I got up at 4:30 to get to the airport at 5 a.m.
And
get home till like 8.
What airport? Midway or O'Hare?
I can't.
Probably O'Hare.
I don't know. It's Chicago O'Hare. It was O'Hare. Yes, it was
It's
O'Hare.
the worst airport ever.
It is the worst.
It is.
Man, I tell you one thing, man. I am not traveling if I have to do connections anymore. I can't take it.
Well, I avoid them, and
you got enough money. Usually, first class nonstop, buddy.
Yeah, but
now you're going through Chicago.
I wasn't. This was booked through a travel agency that the company used,
What?
and I gave them times, and then they gave me answers, and that was all that was left at that time. So whatever. I mean, I did send food back in Chicago.
Oh, did you?
You did what?
Sent food back.
Oh, in Chicago. Hold on.
Yeah.
So how long was your layover in Chicago?
Supposed to be 50 minutes.
And it ended up being what, 5 hours?
3.5 hours.
So you went to go get something to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're probably already pissy.
No, yeah. I mean, but I really wanted, though, the whole time I was going to Chicago, I was like, I can't wait to have a Chicago hot dog. And I was going to, really, my goal at that was to be able to, in that 15-minute layover, still squeeze off enough time to get a nice Chicago dog. Because I love hot dogs. I'm a hot dog guy.
Right.
I know Anna would rather stab herself in the face
than
eat
eat
a hot dog. Yes.
Is it a veggie dog?
Chicago has good dogs.
So, I mean, but do you know that the best, Chicago dogs are at the airport? I mean,
yeah, I know there's going to be something at the airport. I mean, why wouldn't there be? You know, I'm assuming there's going to be a really good example of a Chicago hot dog at the airport. So I go out of my gate, I start walking towards the other gate, and I see this dive 5 foot wide bar that also has a little sign, Chicago hot dogs. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one.
no, that would be the one I'd go to.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
well, you're smart. You're smart. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah,
So I asked the lady.
You're Johnny.
Dr. Dumbass.
You're Johnny Fluff. I want big lights flashing. I want to go to that little dive bar. That's where the best. That's the best
The
food.
dive bars
God
have
damn
the
right.
best ones.
Not the big fancy Mel's Dog GPO as seen on Food Network. No, screw that place. Give me a mom and pop Willie right out the back door.
So I go to the lady at the information desk. I'm like, where's the best Chicago hot dog here? She's, you have to go down to this other gate or other airside L, and it's by L4. It's called Golden Sunshine State.
Gold Coast.
Is that what it's called?
Dogs? Yeah,
Gold Coast. That's it. It's exactly.
How do you know about what the hot dog place is?
It's Gold Coast.
That's the same
my
question.
family's from Chicago, so I used to have to.
Is that why you look like a grown-up Mike Ditka?
Yeah.
That was the goal, Bubba.
So you're familiar with the Chicago, hot dog deal.
Yes.
All right. So Dan, you got to go to another airside, which going to another airside
It's a walk.
Well, hold on. No, not when you're O'Hare. O'Hare is arguably one of the top 5 largest airports in the world.
Yeah, I got a cramp.
So, did you have to walk, or did you have to I mean, were you on the same airside?
I wasn't far. I think I was H and it was L, so it wasn't that far away.
All right. So
there was still a walk. I mean, it was it was like a 5-6 minute walk.
Is this after you found out you've been delayed already? So you got all the time in the world?
All the time in the world, man.
All right.
I'll walk to the other side of the airport. I need some exercise.
All right. So you're going down
Cramped
there.
up in the damn plane. So I go there and it's and I immediately get suspicious because they're jumbo dogs. They're wait, that doesn't look like the picture doesn't look like the picture I know in my head of a Chicago hot dog.
Yeah, Chicago hot dog is kind of smaller, but it's snappy. It's
snappy,
Yeah.
exactly.
When, when you take
Gotta
it,
have a snap.
when you bite it, you get a snap.
You need a snap.
Yeah.
You know the dogs that do that besides a good Chicago dog is a good sabrette with the snap.
Yes.
The Hebrew Nationals don't do it. So anyway, I get the dog.
Let's be careful in the Hebrews.
But
Israel's
it's
going
a
through
brand.
a tough time
It's a brand.
right now.
It's a brand. I just don't like the brand as much as the snap. They're all kosher.
We're pro-Israel, man.
Yeah.
We back Israel. So let's be careful.
I
on the
do back Israel on this
anti-Hebrew
one too.
stuff. Me too.
I back Israel on
I
this
sent
one.
you their Facebook page, Bubba, because that's what.
All right.
So yeah, and it's French fries. So the fries are warm but soggy, and the hot dog doesn't taste like a hot dog. It tastes like something else. It's gross. I the ends of it stick out beyond the bun. So I literally take that first bite and spit it into my bag, and like it's a cigar.
Why? Because it just
The hangover.
Why
You
is
like
that
the
a
hot dog
problem?
hangover?
I'm just asking why it's a
what
problem.
do you mean?
The part that sticks out beyond the bun.
Yeah,
the dog,
Give me all that
I thought
you
you
want.
like hot dog. You said you're a hot
Feel like
dog
I'm
guy.
getting
No,
more.
I want the other stuff. It was hanging out over the bun, I don't know. I took a
You're
bite
a
and
dick.
spit it.
You're a dick.
So I got through the hot dog, and it was this really did not make me smile. In fact, I don't even think I finished it. It was the whole thing was just kind of
Did you
gross.
send it back?
No, I didn't.
You said you sent something back.
I know. Well, there's more to the story.
Okay, so the hot dogs less than pleasing. French fries are soggy, but you still haven't seen anything back yet.
Oh, I'm hungry too, so I just ate what I ate what I could eat, and then I'm ugh. And so I'm walk back to the gate, and I see that place again. And I'm like, you know what?
The dive bar Willie?
The dive bar
That
Willie.
said they had Chicago dogs on the side?
Right. I couldn't even see an area for them to cook. You know what I mean? That was the problem. I couldn't see where the hot dog was coming from.
Right.
I thought it was in a bag in the fridge that was going to stick in the microwave or something. So I go to order the dog, and I see where there's actually an area where they can prepare it. And they got this little Hispanic guy back there making it. And it comes out, and it looks like a eclair. You know how they drizzle chocolate over an eclair or something like that?
Right.
Well, the guy took the mustard and he drizzled it with a millimeter gap over the entire top of the bun and the hot dog. So the top 30% of the circle of the hot dog bun is also covered in mustard.
Yuck.
And I'm like, yuck. I mean, I said exactly what you did. I'm like, ew. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Can I beautiful presentation. I can't eat that much mustard. That's I can't even hold it. I mean, there's nowhere. It's just covered. It's like smothered
you
in
have
mustard.
to like put everything down, get paper towels, and
wipe it down. And like Slade's next to me. He's like, "Oh, I had something with mayonnaise like that. I wiped it off. It was fine." I'm like, "Okay." I don't think I was talking.
I'm
to
not Johnny. Oh, hold on. You bitch. Hold on. You tell her I wasn't talking to you.
I'm like, "That's great." I said, "That's great. Could you please take this back?" And so they take it back and they get me another dog, and it was equal to the best Chicago hot dog I've ever eaten.
Wow.
It was freaking awesome.
Now, did you tell him?
I was like making noise as I was eating it. No, I went back and I said to the guy, I'm like, that was freaking awesome. And I gave him an extra $5 and slapped it right in his hand. I'm like, thank you. I'm sorry I sent the first one back.
Dan's like Rodney Dangerfield, man. He just rolls around being a dick, and then once he finally gets some decent service, then he goes and he's Johnny, let me dap you up with a $5.
Yeah, you're like, gracias.
You know, the guy still thinks you're a dick, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Fine.
I am.
Right. Well, anyway, let me. We're running a little bit late here. Maybe you can get into some words, and then we can come back out and see what everybody else did for the weekend. I didn't really do that much, but I gotta hang on. I just feel like I'm kind of.
Yeah, you did, Bubba. You won a football game.
Well,
Coach Boo.
5-0, bitches.
well, hold on now. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Your son did a great job. He had a pick six.
Awesome.
And Matthew, the quarterback, we started letting him call some plays and stuff. So I think they might want me instead of you, Dan.
Yeah, you're better. You're the better choice.
And of course, this big Israel thing that's going down. Boy, it's not good.
No,
it's not good as I. And I don't understand. Is it the Palestinians that are attacking Hamas?
Well, Hamas is like
Hamas-
a militant.
Yeah,
terrorist
Hamas
group.
is a militant terrorist group within Palestinian, right?
Yeah, it's a Palestinian terrorist
Sleeper
group
cell.
in Gaza.
Now it's not now is it recognized by the country as it's not their military, right? It's not the official Palestinian government.
They're not allowed the
I don't
military.
think they have a military.
Yeah, they don't have
No,
a
they
military.
don't have a military.
Because Palestine doesn't really have an organized military, these jokers call themselves Hamas.
Hamas.
Are they kind of like ISIS, kind of?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they don't like, obviously, Palestine and Israel are
At odds.
but they're hooked onto each other.
They're connected?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
There's
so
a
I'm
wall.
saying, right. But what I'm saying is they're
usually
on
works.
the same peninsula.
Yeah, it's just a strip of it.
It'd be like, it'd be like.
You seen the map?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, aren't they hooked onto each other?
Yeah.
And so, they for all, I think all of our lives, they've always had problems with each other, haven't they? They're always
Since the
fighting it out.
inception of the country, pretty
Right.
much. Yeah.
Yes.
And Palestine's really never won ever, and, because Israel is just that much more stronger and has a real military and has some great allies. Palestine's just always been that little irritating, blackhead, ingrown hair.
Mm-hmm.
But every decade or so, they always start something like this. They get their ass kicked, right? Like
Yeah,
these
well, that
people-
generation of men are all killed, and then the next generation comes through and
Yeah,
starts
like they
trouble.
get a hair up their ass. Hey, maybe we should start bombing into Israel a little bit. Israel sucks. We hate them. And then next thing you know, they're going to get pummeled. They're already getting pummeled, aren't they?
I think that's how they feel, is that, who cares, because there's no hope for us anyway, so let's just do as much damage as we can do. And it looks like they might be getting some support from Iran.
Iran.
Yeah, I saw
Interestingly.
that.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, anyway, we'll get into all that here momentarily.
Does anything nice come out of your mouth?
I'm the Messiah. You must pay your sins to me.
L. Ron Bubba wants you to drink the Bubbatology Kool-Aid.
You pay your sins to me. I don't pay my sins to you.
Praying for a miracle.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
They're like, okay, well, we got this explained, so we can go ahead and afford to spend this other
Well, it's humanitarian right now.
Right.
Supporting.
$6 billion?
Yeah.
Part of a
Prison swap.
prison swap.
Iran, not Israel.
I said Iran.
Iran
Oh, I thought you said Israel.
got $6 billion.
I was like, I didn't
Funds
hear
freed
that.
up.
Yeah,
did?
he unfroze that money, right?
Iran did. Biden freed up $6 billion to Iran a couple weeks ago.
Why?
It's a prison swap.
Remember?
Prisoner swap.
Oh, yeah.
They let, like, what, 5 Americans go? We let some people go.
We let 5 Iranians go. They let 5 Americans go, and $6 billion. So it was a 5-5 swap.
And then a $6
billion
billion kicker.
Yeah, because that makes sense.
We probably need to save all this for the year.
Yeah, we should save it for the year, because I got...
I feel like it wasn't American money, right? It was going from...
No, it was their own money that we had frozen that we unfroze.
Where did they want to send it to? There was another country involved.
I think it was Iran's original money that was frozen that we unfroze. That's what I was told was happening.
I believe it was for nuclear technology and shit like that.
Oh, that's what it was? That's where it came from?
Sure, yeah.
That makes sense.
Because, they've been trying to get a nuke forever.
Look at one now.
Was Taylor Swift at the game yesterday?
No, they didn't show her one time, so... She didn't want to fly to Minnesota, I guess.
Because Minnesota sucks.
Why not?
I guess
Minnesota sucks.
Minnesota sucks.
Have you been to Minnesota? Is that your vacation destination? I don't think so. Yesterday was the first day of fall officially, I think. It was so nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. It felt like fall.
Next weekend's gonna be cool.
It'll warm up and then get cold again. That's
It's
what's gonna
gonna
happen.
rain! Isn't it?
What's up, Tommy 2X, Unity 17,
Oh, my biggest fans.
Holyoke?
They like
Good
me the
morning.
most.
Yeah, they do. Jay Bowler, Kenny Powers, what's up?
Minnesota.
You said Mexico money already.
France.
Red Wave.
Oh, I'm sorry, Farva. I'm just assuming things. I've never been in Minnesota, and I'll never go.
At Carlos Mandingo, I had change from the 100 that I cracked when I bought the hot dog.
Morning, Maria.
I was gonna say something, but then I wasn't sure if it was 5 or 10s that I like carry.
I don't carry 5s.
Then how did you give him a 5?
Okay. I don't carry. I hate to carry 10s too. They irritate me.
20s and 50s and 100s.
Preferably 100s. Occasional.
Yeah, you don't want to tip 100 though.
No, but usually get change. You have to.
What's up, Red Wave? Okay, good. Farva's not mad.
That's a little worse.
Oh, you have no idea. It's gonna be a lot though. What's up, Pitbull Labrador?
Does that mean they want to get? When you say you draft someone, does that mean you get rid of them?
You draft someone?
Yeah.
That's when you get them for your team.
Oh, I thought Pistan was trying to throw shade or something. 'Cause he said
No,
draft.
when you draft a player, that means you get them on your team.
That's what I thought,
It's like
but for
picking-
some reason I think he hates me, so I'm just like, oh, is that when you fucking?
Unless you stand about drafting.
Bradley, I ordered a pair in black and in gold. I got the black ones, and the gold ones come like in a month and a half. But thank you, though. I appreciate the gesture.
Your own glasses?
Yeah.
How much? Like you're just ordering a hamburger. My wife wants bigger tits.
If it's a lift, it's gonna be closer to 10,000. You sure won't. Really? Well, we'll go after. Or Lazare, I didn't see that.
Is Chicago the place with the dogs where they get mad if you ask if you can have a little ketchup? Is that the thing?
Technically, they don't.
It's like sacrilegious.
Technically.
Okay.
The Chicago ketchup hot dog, that's where that is, where they're like,
Yeah,
you
you
can't,
put-
they won't give you ketchup with your hot dog or some shit.
Well,
They have
at that place, that golden place, there's
Yeah.
a sign.
Yeah, they don't. You're not supposed
I think I took a picture of the sign.
I think I saw some like Food Network thing where it was like, we don't allow ketchup on our
Here it
fucking
is.
hot dog.
Here it is. There was a sign at that Gold Coast that says, "It is considered bad manners and harmful to your taste buds to put ketchup on your hot dogs within the city limits of Chicago." Was that place called Gold Coast?
Yeah.
But you can get French fries with ketchup.
Oh yeah, look at the ketchup. They'll give you ketchup.
Oh, but you just gotta go in the bathroom.
Don't let them catch you. You go to the bathroom.
Yeah, they don't want you to put ketchup on your hot dog. Well, especially the others.
Bitch, I love. What would they do about me?
They just have to suck it up, Bubba.
That's why they
So
put
Carlos.
that's why they put a tomato on it. That's
Right.
Ketchup.
Yeah, well, fuck off the tomato.
Anything like each other.
You want to see me act like Dan Diaco? Fucking put mustard on my hot dog.
Oh yeah. Dude, there was so much mustard, dude. It was disgusting.
Put 1 ounce of mustard on any. Put 1 speck of mustard on anything that I eat. I'll
Do you like relish?
pull a Dan Diaco on you so fucking
I like
fast.
relish.
What the hell are you doing?
Strap yourself in. The emotional roller coaster is about to start.
We will give nothing back to the academic community, as well as provide no public service of any kind.
I promise you. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Lummy. I haven't even checked, but I think we got pretty much Donkey Dick Willie on nothing. I don't think we got anything going
Dark
on.
match, Rodney Dangerfield, 15 on the Venmo.
Oh, okay. So that's what we got going on.
That's our first one of the day.
Thank you. $15 on the Venmo.
Yes.
Dark Mac Roger. I know who that guy is. He was at the
Indiana.
yeah, he was in Indiana at the downtown meet and greet. Let me check PayPal so that I can regurge officially say that Dark Match Rodney Dangerfield's our only contribution of the day. Nope. Let me Bobby Cook.
All right.
$50 earlier this morning. Right when the show started. Thank you, Bobby Cook. I think, Bob Cook owns his own painting deal.
Sure does. I saw him on Saturday.
And I think he's going to do, something for the BRN.
Yep.
To get ready for, so we have a new coat of paint interiorly for Barb.
They're gonna paint the inside?
Yeah, I was talking to him on Saturday. It's a good idea, Bubba.
We're just going to,
Yeah.
Maybe the outside, too. He's going to give me an estimate for the outside, and I'll give that to Tate, and we'll see how it goes. Right?
Yeah.
Because it probably the outside needs, don't you think the outside probably, the outside's, 11 years old?
Yeah, it's faded.
It needs, and some of the building, when we just, like, 2 sides of the building aren't painted.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
We just left.
they're not painted.
We just.
What do you mean by
the building over there? It's the original. See, the front and the side is gray, right? Gray
like
with
bluish
red.
Gray.
Well, gray with red accents.
Okay.
Hall of Fame T-shirt, Will, 20 on the Cash App. Richard Perry, 25 on the Cash App.
Thank you, guys. But the very back of the building, Dan, which nobody can see ever. And that side over there, which nobody can see.
Where the fence is?
Yeah, where the fence is the original stock. I think this thing was built, in 82? I think this building was built in 82. Maybe 79. I don't know. Maybe 72. I don't know. There's like a little template, Lummy, somewhere around here.
So it's 40 years old?
This building, I think, was built in 82.
Well, that's amazing. It's held up really well for a 40-year-old building.
I know. We've done a lot of things to it.
But the bones are the same.
Yeah, the bones are the same. We've not gotten brittle bones, and it's been through a couple of pretty bad storms, and the roof is So anyway,
these walls
we're trying to make. If these walls could talk. Let's get through this. What would you do, man, if you're just all of a sudden just hanging out? Like Lummy, you got a backyard with a pool. You kind of like got like standard suburbia American setup.
Yep.
Your house.
Yes.
You got your PVC fencing, privacy pool.
Yep.
Deal, and so you and your family could be in the back of your house, little walker and mom in the pool. You maybe grilling something out, just whatever.
Yeah.
The all-American suburban family, and all of a sudden, some dude whose parachute doesn't open because he was Skydive Willie literally lands right there on the ground beside you.
Oh, man.
Think about, oh, my God. I think that's kind of what happened here.
Captain Creamsicle, $100 Cash App.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Starting out a little bit slow here.
Led to a man falling to his death while skydiving in Titusville. Thanks for joining us after the game.
And can you imagine? I don't know if anybody in this building, including Dan, can say that they've ever skydived except me.
I almost did, but didn't do it.
But you
so
didn't.
It was bad weather.
So so that would be. I'm the only one that's ever sky. So I got to tell you, man, it was good for me until they hit the chute and it hemorrhaged all of my inner thighs and I was completely out. And we've seen the footage of me coming in hot, but at least the guy on my back had the parachute out and it slowed us down.
Right.
I guess enough not to kill us.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
But I think
he had a soft landing.
That guy had the most, shock absorber like landing ever. In fact, he said, "Man, you want a real nice landing? Take Bubba out, man. He cushions." I mean, I might have been able. The guy might have been able to survive had the chute not even come out. If I take the brunt of the force. Right?
Yeah, you can just bounce. Exactly. Yeah. You don't need to shoot.
Yeah, we don't need to shoot with Clem. Just jump on his back.
Stay on top.
Make sure he's belly down when we hit.
He was found dead in someone's front lawn after crash landing this afternoon. Fox 35's Stephanie Buffonte spoke with neighbors.
I can't even imagine when you pull the chute and nothing goes.
Yeah, but don't they have a second?
Yeah, they usually do.
What
happened? I don't know. Maybe the second failed. And can you imagine? Then usually they go up. But they're usually skydive between like 7,500 and 12,000.
Right.
That's where they kind of jump out at usually, from my knowledge. So can you imagine? And you go down, you pull the chute, and I mean literally. Can you imagine like what? And you're like, there's nothing you can do. Like there's nothing you can do.
Pray.
I say this is not.
Would you send me?
Yours. Just
I don't need to see mine.
Okay,
I mean
sure.
that's mean spirited.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to
first
show
time
off.
they've seen something.
Show off. Show
Yeah,
off
dude,
what?
your bravery.
Stupidity.
Exactly. Probably.
I'll go with bravery.
Here we go.
I watched the home security footage showing that skydiver falling.
No, you got to let us see. Come on, man. Stephanie Buffonte. That's her name, Stephanie Buffonte.
That's a great name.
You've got to let the American people see it.
To his death, it is tragic and it is disturbing, and that is why we're
gotta see it. I've got to see it.
She tells you how good it is,
to show it. But
she
what
decides
you do
not to
see in
show it.
that video is that his parachute was deployed when he went through these homes and crashed here in the driveway.
What hurts the most is the fact that you can't do anything.
James Sconyers ran out of his house on Mary Lane Saturday to see the skydiver on the ground after the deadly crash landing.
Hit the ground and bounced off the ground, off the driveway into their grass. It's almost like a basketball, to be honest about it.
I got to be honest, man. If you had that footage, man, you could. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that any platform would let you monetize it though, because it's so graphic. Probably.
I don't know. I think Twitter would let you do it these days.
Yeah, it's true. Twitter let you do anything.
That's just how.
Oh, he hit the driveway and then the grass.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Kind of. If you
had a parachute deployed.
If you could plan it the other way, it certainly be so much better for you.
But
I don't know. Maybe the parachute panels blew out. Hold on.
Almost like somebody just bounced him up, and it's hard.
Sconyers lives right next to a skydiving center in Titusville. He says it's not the first deadly skydiving crash he's seen right in front of his home. He described another one he witnessed from several years ago.
The wind grabbed him over there. He kept coming, and it went right past my house and went right into that tree.
Residents in this neighborhood say they see skydivers landing in this open field all the time, especially on the weekends. And you could see just how close it is to all of the houses here.
We watch them, they come over the house and right over there.
But this weekend's
looks like a very affluent neighborhood.
Yes.
Tragedy was hard on
doctors and lawyers.
No. Looks like maybe guys.
Dr. Dre's.
Yeah, Dr. Dre's and guys that just got out of prison.
Guys that need lawyers.
Residents who watched first.
guys that need lawyers and live in this neighborhood.
Responders on the scene.
And lucky the guy even had like an Evil Knievel hard shell Willie.
It did look like an Evil Knievel helmet. It looked like a 1965 helmet.
Yeah, hold on.
We watch them, they come over the house.
Hold on, this is
right
Is that a tattoo on his neck?
But this weekend's tragedy was hard on residents who watched first respond.
Tell me that ain't straight off the Caesar fountain jump.
It really does.
Yeah.
It looks like a 30-year-old helmet.
Yeah.
It looks like
on the scene.
And Bubba, you know this. And I'm sure listeners don't know this. A lot of them wouldn't. That helmets only have like a 5 or 10 year shelf life.
Yeah,
and then they're obselite by definition.
Same as
seatbelt straps. It's racing straps.
When you're talking about the racing thing.
Yes.
I mean, your seatbelt in your car lasts for the entire lifetime of the car as long as you've not been in a wreck. But racing seatbelts, they expire, and you have to get new ones. And the sanctioning body won't let you go out on the track.
I seen them putting their stuff away and covering him up with a sheet and stuff, and I was like, oh no. Just sad that he, lost his life.
How hot did he come in?
Having fun.
Doesn't
Many
matter.
in the neighborhood shaken
Falling
up.
from the sky.
I'm so heartbroken for the family and even the people that he jumped with.
Then they got to put an ISO on the evil Knievel wide face Willie.
It's such a great.
He
looks like an old space helmet from literally Apollo 1.
When they put on like one of the monkeys that they were going to put.
Exactly.
Didn't Russia actually send monkeys to the moon?
Yeah, and dogs too, I believe.
Yeah,
Dogs,
didn't
monkeys.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope for them.
And the thing about it is they were doomed to die, weren't they?
Yeah.
Nobody got on them. You're like, why are you sending this poor monkey up? You know he ain't going to make it.
No, we didn't have animal rights groups.
I did
back
go
then.
to that skydiving location to ask them some questions, but was immediately told no comment.
Dan, what is this? What part of what type of? Does she got extra meat on her nose? Look.
Listen, I'm not busting on her.
I'm not asking you to bust on her. I'm trying to tell me.
She has a bulbous tip.
No. She has a very bulbous tip, but I've never seen this extra flare out here. What's the extra?
Oh, I see what you're saying. On the sides?
Yeah, what's that?
Those are the lateral nasal bones. And here's what happened. She may have had a nose job, and you're seeing the results of what's called the infracturing when you break the bones and they don't line up quite right because they're making a weird shadow. And I agree with what you're saying. Yes, if we want to look at this
Titusville
quietly
Police
and
is now
objectively.
to ask them some questions.
If we want to look at this medically,
yes.
not even knowing who this woman is, and you were just somebody.
Great name, though.
Somebody to shows you this picture.
Right. What's wrong with this picture?
Yeah,
yes, looks like her lateral side walls of the nasal bones are not lined up correctly with her dorsum, and she still has quite a bulbous tip.
So do you think that this is the product of a bad nose job?
Or maybe a recent nose job with prolonged swelling and the soft tissues, which is why it looks like she's got a piece of like flesh slapped on top of her nose.
Will it get better?
I hope so.
Was immediately told no comment. Titusville Police is now investigating.
You think that she's stock like that? Like that's the way she rolls around stock? Or do you think that
she's a little stocky, so maybe.
Oh, God.
The other thing is, Bubba, the worst injury I ever saw outside of a car accident was a skydiving accident. And this guy came in on a high-speed shoot, and he caught his feet, and he snapped into his face, and he literally was pie-faced. Like his face was flat as this
a pie pan.
As this pie pan, and he did not survive.
So hold on. This was when you were in residency?
No, this is in Tampa, and this guy, the injury happened somewhere between here and like Lakeland, and he was shipped to St. Joseph's.
He didn't die on impact?
No, he did not die on impact because he hit so hard when you crack your skull, then you decompress. And so he didn't bleed out and he didn't overpressure his brain out. But then they called me to fix his facial bones. I'm like, man, I could spend about a week in surgery and not fix all this stuff. So I decided that there's no way this guy's going to live. And I sat on it for 24 hours and he did end up dying.
So you say, listen, if he in the next 24 hours, if he makes it, he stabilizes, then I'll start coming in and doing reconstructive surgery on his face. But what's the point if he's going to die?
It literally looked like someone took like a massive press and hit his face with it. I mean, it was
kind of like you see in the cartoons.
Yes,
real.
It was just like the cartoon. It was bizarre.
So did he just feel the worst pain for hours before he passed away?
Or he's probably
was he dead when you?
He was like his brain took a lick.
Right.
I mean, you can't smash your face like that. I mean, literally, it was. I've never seen anything like it before. It was a disturbing sight.
Even for you.
Yeah, it was gross.
Wow. So I mean, like, was literally his face just like flat face? If you would have made it, we could have taken him to Gibsonton for the part of the Carney circuit. The bearded lady, and the woman face with the 2-inch waist, and fat lobster boy, and then flat face Fred.
Yeah,
right.
He made millions.
But you notice how they don't like at the fairs and stuff like now, man. They don't really like. I think that maybe you can't do the freak shows anymore.
Daniel Hamilton, 25 on the Venmo.
Like when you go to.
Did you ever go to one?
Yeah.
Did you ever actually pay the $5 and go in and watch it?
Yes.
And what did you get to see?
Like, I think we saw, but this is back when the county fair
80s
would come to Warsaw, and it was just a traveling, Gibsonton Carney show. And they'd have like the bearded lady, and it literally would be a woman that just really had some hormone issues, and she had a beard, and she was like 400 pounds. So you saw that, and then you saw like the tiniest woman, the waist of like a woman that had like a 16-inch waist, and it literally looked like her mom and dad just started cinching her waist since she was 5. And then I think maybe the smallest woman ever, and it was just a little person that was teeny tiny. Like that's it. Like, but what did they have back in the day? They had the bearded lady. Sometimes they do it the world's fattest guy. Like, they
conjoined twins.
Elephant
Man, conjoined twins. Right? I don't know that they even have that stuff anymore. Like, can you even do that? Can you not extort, but can you
objectify?
A person and as part of a carnival nowadays?
I don't know.
Like, can you make fun? I mean,
I don't think they have freak shows anymore. We live in a freak show.
Yeah, I think
just go on Instagram, you'll see it.
You're right. You're right. I mean, you're right. Why the freak show has now come to us?
Yeah, it's called body positivity.
It's called social networking.
I sent you the top 25 vintage freak show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can show that picture because they'd have
pictures. Yeah,
the thing is, like at the carnival, they'd have all these pictures, all these bizarre things. And you'd go in and you'd see a guy with
and
like
you'd
you
be
said,
so disappointed.
Yes,
it'd be fake almost.
Exactly.
Like it was bottom line fake.
Yeah.
All right. So here,
view gallery.
View gallery. Okay. So this was what was this guy?
That's the bearded woman.
That's the bearded woman.
It's really a dude.
It's really
it's gynecomastia.
It's a dude with BTs, with girl boobies. Okay. And this now, this was
the original Siamese twins.
Yeah,
because they were from Siam.
Born in Thailand in 1811, Chang and Ing Bunker toured as a curiosity act for 3 years before settling down in North Carolina. They married a pair of sisters and fathered these
21 kids.
Now hold on. Now, do you think they both did they? Now they were conjoined at the
chest,
belly chest deal. Did they have 2 penises?
Yep, sure did.
They're putting in that work.
Legs.
I mean, they're putting in that work.
Well, you can do front side and side.
Man,
wow!
Talk about it. I mean, you got a built-in threesome right there, don't you?
Yeah, sure do.
It's hot.
All right, this was
double penetration.
known as the Ohio Bigfoot girl. Fannie Mills suffered from
Filariasis.
It says Milroy disease, which caused her legs and feet to.
It's from a parasite that causes that and causes elephantitis in the foot.
Now, Dan, do you think that
parasite?
So that pick is not doctored? That's for
No,
real?
it's probably for real.
So they'd be like,
look at toes.
That's right, pay 25, 50 cents and come in and see the woman with the feet of an elephant. That's right. No, the Ohio big-footed girl, Fannie Mills, the largest feet of any woman in the world. Looks like an elephant. It does. In fact, elephants look at her feet and wish they had their she has fatter feet than an elephant.
Jeez.
Elephants envy her feet.
Gross.
Man, look now, Dan. Now, how do you fix that?
Well, you treat the problem, and then you cut off all the skin, and then skin graft it back on. Take off all that.
They didn't have that technology back then, so she just toured and made money as the Ohio big-footed girl.
I'm sure she got rich.
In 18.
Mama's got a new set of shoes.
She got nothing.
This
guy,
super elastic skin.
Yeah. He was just probably a fat guy that lost a bunch of weight.
No, he's got Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Like stretchy skin syndrome.
Well, they called him. They called him the Elastic Man. Step right up and see the Elastic Man.
Yeah, they are stretchy.
Elephant Man.
Yeah,
I read a book on
better
him.
known as the Elephant Man. Joseph Merrick
fibromatosis.
Lived a tragic life. Rejected by his parents, he was left to join the touring freak act.
I'm not an animal. I am a human being.
What did he have? What did he have?
Is it called elephantitis?
Yeah, he had dermatofibromatosis, which is a bunch of like dermoid tumors. You see people with a couple bumps. These bumps grow their own bumps, and it's all of a sudden there's just a bunch of benign tumors within the skin that coalesce and combine to form this.
Do they calcify?
Were you
Are
hitting
they
the
like
bell?
bones?
Not usually, no.
That was Scout probably playing with a toy.
Oh. Grady Styles, Lobster Boy.
You had him in studio, didn't you?
Yeah, I had. Well, I think we had this guy's son.
Okay.
Is that usually from like inbreeding?
Dan, what's
Well,
the lobster?
He's missing the middle elements of a hand, and so it's I think a genetic disorder. I don't know specifically.
Lobster Boy
Could be
came from a
medicine.
long line of family members who suffered from the same birth defect that
it's
lent
genetic.
him his stage name, probably inbreed with an inbreeder kicker. As an adult, he became an alcoholic and eventually murdered his daughter's fiance.
Nice.
There you go.
Only if he did it with the claw pinch.
I wonder how he
the
did
neck.
it.
Yeah,
I know.
got like pinched
Choked
him in
him
his
out.
neck, and had to. Why? If you're a claw boy, how are you going to kill somebody?
He shot him.
Look at this
How
guy.
you shoot a gun with two fingers?
On the eve of their wedding.
Really?
Yeah, because he
Billed
didn't like him.
as the living human skeleton. This guy, look at this.
Wow.
Wow. You ever date a girl that skinny?
No.
Ew.
Oh.
The Russian performer was the Jojo the dog-faced boy. Now,
Lion, dog face, pony soldier.
Dan, did they just glue hair on him, or like is there? I mean,
I feel badly.
okay,
Whoa,
what's this guy
guy
here?
do?
Frank Lindler was born with a parasitic twin, ultimately leaving him with a third leg.
Oh wow.
So this guy really had 3 legs, and it's just not because he was well hung either.
No.
Wow.
He's like the Sicilian flag.
Man.
So
You couldn't. Okay, who is this? This looks like something I saw on Ebor this past weekend.
Hey.
George and Willie Moose were black albino identical twin brothers. Okay, they were they were kidnapped, told to grow out their hair, and forced into the circus freak show as men from Mars.
They look like the Island Boys.
They do.
Wow.
They do.
Those
Daisy
two guys
and
beat
Violet
up
were
Juicy
fused
Slay?
at the hip.
Oh.
And put into the circus freak show. Okay, 2 girls fused to the hip. I'm trying to look at.
Whoa.
Now hold on. The human owl could turn his neck a full 180 degrees. Man, I know that's something I'd like to go see.
yeah, that'd
right?
be pretty cool.
Look at that.
That's crazy.
I'd walk down the street that way, wouldn't you? People all freaked out. Oh, okay, hold on.
Whoa.
Dubbed the 4-legged girl from Texas. She was born with a severe congenital deformity that caused her to have 2 separate pelvises and a set of similar.
No, she had another parasitic twin. It's like an incomplete twin. That's what that is.
Wow.
Is there 2?
I don't know.
Vaginas?
Look at this.
I don't know.
This was the
What's going on here?
this was camel girl. She's born with a very rare orthopedic condition that caused her knees to bend backwards. Camel Girl received $200 per week salary as the star of the touring freak show. I got to think back.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Camel Girl. Oh. Did you see this? This guy, he would pierce a rod right through his rib cage, right through his
next
nipple.
to his liver.
No.
It's almost right next to his liver.
However, this would ultimately prove to be his downfall when he died from swallowing a needle. Okay, buddy. Okay, all right. Duck bill from the. Okay, duck.
But we do that with earlobes now. I mean, so that's all that is.
Sure.
Yeah, it's the gauges.
The Giamato sisters, Natalie and Aurora, were from Albuquerque, New Mexico. It remains unclear how exactly they first got into the business. Now, what were these like?
Primordial dwarfs?
What? I'm sorry. What were they?
Primordial dwarfs.
Thanks.
Would you notice the Nazi flag on her shirt?
What?
No, I did not.
Look at the Nazi flag.
Yes.
Or the Nazi symbol.
The
swastika.
Oh.
It's weird.
Born with the lower half of the torso, Johnny Eck is seen here with Angelo, blah, blah, blah. What were they? Like just short little guys?
Well,
or
the one guy didn't have legs.
Didn't have legs.
This guy had no legs?
There's, what's
Torso
really weird,
boy?
It's so weird that you show this right now because on America's Got Talent, there was a guy that went on. I saw this at the airport. It's bizarre. I know. It was just at the airport. When I was getting food, there's TVs and stuff. And so it was just showing like highlights from America's Got Talent. And there was this really handsome, really muscular black guy that didn't have a bottom half, and he did his little routine was like how he was abandoned at birth, physically and mentally abused in the foster system, and then he was talking about this is about having no excuses, and he was like doing climbing. He did some backflips off his hands. It was pretty impressive to watch.
Is he like super jacked? I think I've seen him.
Super jacked,
Yeah,
and a good looking guy, a really handsome guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if it was.
I've definitely
It
seen
was.
him.
It was an interesting 2-minute routine to watch. It was, and he was flipping around everywhere. It was unbelievable. It was like Yoda.
Cuckoo the bird girl. I don't know. She suffered from is it Sequel or Seckle syndrome? Again, more conjoined twins. This is the two-headed Mexican.
Oh no!
The two-headed Mexican.
Wow, that looks like another head going off of his head.
It does. I thank you. I don't think we have enough time to go through the rest of the freak shows.
That was great.
We'll talk about the attack, the Israel drama, right? That's what we'll call it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because there's a lot going on with it. Not only did Hamas attack Israel.
Not hummus.
It's Hamas.
Not hummus, it's Hamas.
Yeah,
okay?
it's hummus.
Hummus
Yeah.
is delicious.
I'll let you guys tell the story. I don't know a lot about it.
In the Love Sponge monarchy, thou shalt not challenge King Bubba's authority ever.
Me, say it, me.
He's not on drugs. He's just weird.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
So it's like almost like your last name.
It's Buddhist or something like that. Nazi symbol.
It was Buddhist.
Wasn't it Buddhist? Like it was not peace.
It was hijacked, just like the rainbow was.
Here, look out for a second. Now they're saying.
Just like okay was hijacked.
Yep.
You know, you can't do okay anymore.
Yay!
They're doing it for like
Yeah.
hundreds
Okay.
of years. You want anything?
Oh, me no, thank you. Three knuckles. Here's some progress for a little bit. Trump 45 won't ban me. That's some weird shit. Here's who I heard on who are these podcasts. Never talking about it. Well, now the people have come out and said there's intel that you shouldn't visit big cities for the next 12 months.
You shouldn't what?
Visit big cities for the next 12 months.
There's intel.
That supposedly, according to people.
What, there's gonna be like more problems?
Yeah, if we support Israel, Hamas has sleeper cells that have been crossing the border.
Of course, yeah, of course, because Biden let them all in.
Crossing the border, so like if we support Israel,
Which we have to by definition because they're an ally.
yeah, then they'll start doing suicide bombings in big cities.
Nice. I was grossly blame this on Joe Biden. You know, try to prevent. He warned about this too. Give him $6 billion. Watch what happens.
No, damn,
Huh?
you're wrong.
It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's actually they're doing what the Quran tells them to do when they interpret the given situation in their mind. In their mind, they're being occupied. And the jihad is justified in their writing. The Quran says it. I read the chapter on it.
I know it's.
And to them, when America was over there, we were occupying them, and we were foreigners on their land. And to them, the Jews are foreigners on their land. And so, although I do support Israel in this unprovoked specific attack, I do think that Israel taunted them a little bit with all the settlements and shit they put in there. Don't you agree?
Yeah, no, you're right. They did put a lot of settlements recently too.
Mm-hmm. They keep doing it.
Which is completely insane because when you're fighting someone to die,
Infidel. An infidel.
yeah, and then they get
Right. The virgins and the paradise.
and they go that paradise.
Yeah. Well, which has got to be, anything's got to be paradise compared to living in the fucking Gaza Strip.
In the desert.
It's
You look, they don't let them have certain things. Like, they are search and see whatever because Well, they just cut power to the whole area. Israel did when it started. Yeah. There's no electricity now in Gaza. So, Iran's gonna protect them, and China's gonna protect Iran. Iraq is now going, and Iraq is in China now.
Did little Danny tell you about my play 3 variation?
Play 3 variation? No.
3 porcupine?
3 porcupine?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me.
It's where the guys run the route, then Matt fake pumps, and they go straight up the middle, all of them.
Oh, they just all go deep?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a fake 3?
Mm-hmm. It's a 3 release, is what you call it.
3 release?
And both times Matt had guys wide open, like 30-yard gain, and they dropped it.
Oh. So it just kind of baits him. They play tighter, then you go deep.
You hit 3, then they start, okay, we know what's coming next, so they fucking go squat down on that route.
Or do a 4-2.
And then you just release. The guy runs the same route, the same 3 route. He just breaks up field after the cut.
Wow. It's a great idea. So you got 4 guys into a 2 or 3 guy zone.
Well, plus, the defense had seen this thing happen. They watched 3 consecutive times. So they think it's coming. So they all squat down the route. Our guys released and go long.
Matthew's getting better at throwing those longer passes because he's great at 10 or 15 yards, but at 20 yards he was shaky.
He got them. These were both 20 yarders. It hit the guys in the hands. Both of them hit him in the. Both of them would have been runaway touchdowns. Here we go.
The following presentation has been closed captioned.
Great visual. I'll make sure that.
Welcome to the revolution. It's a remarkable achievement. His perception becomes your reality.
Check this out.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, or go follow us on our YouTube channel. We're getting close to 100,000 on that, which would be super kick-ass. We appreciate it. My mom, even Janie Cakes wasn't following us on YouTube because she's such a boomer.
Oh.
So at dinner on Saturday night, I'm like, Mom, you don't follow us on YouTube? She's like, no, I don't know anything about YouTube. So I had to get her straight. So hopefully I'm getting you straight as well. Go to youtube.com and then search The Bubba Army. Follow us, subscribe. It costs nothing. It's free. It just gives you notifications when we got new stuff, which we put a bunch of new stuff that, is exclusive to YouTube up a lot. Hello, who's this?
This is Matt from Sebring.
Oh, Jesus.
Who?
Matt from Sebring.
Every time he calls, it gets worse and worse.
I know.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I'm calling you now because Dr. Dan is on.
What? You want to talk to Dr. Dan? I feel like I'm talking to the Elephant Man. We were just talking about him, a little bit ago.
I'm not an animal.
I want to talk to Dr. Dan. I want to talk to Dr. Dan again. Dr. Dan's right here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Matt from Sebring, or whatever you are.
It's funny. I could be like CP Matt or something. That's what it sounds like. But I don't. And this happened from an intubation.
What?
It happened from an intubation.
Now hold on. Now, is this are we? Is this guy disabled in some way?
Well, he had cancer. He had cancer.
Oh no!
He had cancer for a while.
I just thought he was like high or drunk.
Yeah, Matt. I'm sorry. I didn't know that this was your physical. Like this is.
We got like an RFK Jr. situation.
He's hitting the button now.
I don't know what it is. It's just like in my head. I don't sound like this. when I talk.
I've met him before, and he is normal.
I was totally normal.
All right, so hold on. So he looks totally normal, but this is the way he speaks. Is that what
when I met him, it was right before cancer, and he talked normal also. So
what type of cancer did you have? Mouth? Did you they have to take half your tongue away or something?
No, it's absolutely not. It was just a lymph node cancer and non-Hodgkin.
Non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
And but this happened because I had an overdose. They thought when I came out of jail, I was there for 3 weeks, and I had taken all my medicine when I got out, and then I had like an overdose, and I seized out for like 5 minutes, and then in the ambulance.
he called Thursday, Bubba. I don't know if you remember. He called Thursday when he went to jail for fighting with his father, and they held his medication from him. For I think you were in for like a month, and then when he got him back, he had a seizure.
Oh yeah, I remember when he called and told us.
They may have pickled his brain.
I probably sounded better back that time too.
Yeah, you could hear him then.
Dan said you might have pickled up your brain, kid. I mean, that's what Dan said.
I don't. So they said my brain scan is back all to normal.
It's normal.
Yeah, I'm completely normal. I don't know what the hell.
Wait. Just because an MRI of your head shows a normal brain doesn't mean your brain is functioning normally.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
And so, that test won't show what your problem is. You need like an EEG. You need like, the electroencephalogram where they actually look at, the electrical activity within the brain because you ain't right and you need to get treated. And so you need to see a neurologist. It's out of my hands. It's not something I do, but you absolutely need to see a neurologist. You need to get your brain better evaluated because
now, Dan,
you are
think,
suffering, my friend.
Do you think that there's something that you think this is fixable?
Well, brains aren't really good at being fixed. So, but hopefully it'll be limited and maybe with some rehab improved.
Like speech therapy?
Yeah, and maybe also and some other physical therapy and also maybe prevent any further damage because he's got a better, hold of the problem.
But Dan, he sounded way better on Thursday.
Well, he sounds horrible now.
Yeah, no,
he sounds horrible.
bad.
See a neurologist today, man. It's Monday. Start making phone calls. Go see a neurologist today, or go back to the hospital.
So hold on, bud. I'd go back to the hospital. There's something drastically wrong here.
Something's not right.
So, Lummy, you're saying on Thursday he sounded like just a regular dude?
He just sounded like he was a little high. Yeah, a little high. He sounds horrible right now.
So it's gotten. You're saying, sir, that your speaking conditions gotten just noticeably different. I mean, worse. Just over the weekend itself.
So much worse. I went.
Yeah, go to the ER. Go to the hospital right now.
Do you have anybody? I mean, can you get to the emergency room right now?
I mean, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, go.
I mean,
now's the time, man.
Yeah, I mean, you walk them through. What has happened to you, and because I mean, you don't sound good, bud, at all. You sound like you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
I hope not.
Okay. Well, it's not really giggly. Go to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good attitude about it, right? I mean, he's not. He's trying to laugh it off, but I mean, bud.
I mean,
we're your friends, and as bad as you sound to yourself, you sound that bad in real life too, buddy. Like this isn't something you're struggling with inside. Like this isn't an inside thing, dude. You sound like you've pickled your brain.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just trying to make light of it.
I know.
I appreciate it, dude. Go get help, please.
How old are you, bud?
Hang up and call 911.
Yeah.
You should hang up now and call 911. Even dragging this out, Bubba, is foolish for him.
I mean, you got a kid, man.
Hang up, 911.
Hang up with us. Call 911. Have them come pick you up, and please, okay, buddy?
All right. Yes, sir.
All right.
Feel free to call back from the ER.
Feel free to call back from the ER.
On the ambulance ride.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Bubba.
Hey.
How you guys doing? I just real quick, because you were looking up all the circus people and stuff. I'm not sure if you ever seen. Have you ever seen the no-handed shooter on YouTube?
The no-handed shooter.
No, I've seen a chick that can shoot a bow and arrow with her feet that's got hands. She'll do a handstand and shoot a bow and arrow with her feet, which is pretty
And
impressive.
I've seen a woman that can shoot a ping pong ball across the bar with using her vagina.
Which is awesome as well.
I mean, again, so, I mean,
And
right?
it was only 80 baht.
I mean, Anna, that was quite, I'm sure afterwards you're like, holy, that's pretty.
Oh, that stuck with me for life.
That's a pretty good
I'll never
nifty little
forget.
party trick.
I came right out of my blackout, and I'll never forget.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God, a woman just, she can take a ping pong ball, fire out her vagina, and she's got deadly aim on the deal.
Well, it was a dart, actually.
Was it a dart, really?
Well, there were many things that came out of there, but one of them was a dart.
What was the most impressive?
The dart.
The dart.
With a balloon across the room, and she nailed it.
Hold on.
Come
so you're
on.
taking-
Someone threw a dart and into
No,
a...
no, no.
I mean, not threw, but was able to shoot a dart out.
She put a funnel in there,
Uh-huh.
and then she put the dart in there, and she had someone hold a balloon across the bar. I
Right.
saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Like it wasn't like it wasn't like a magical trick. You saw
No.
it for real. She shot a dart
Saw it
out
for
of her
real.
vajayjay.
Saw it for real. She was on her back,
Right.
and she went, and that balloon popped, and I think I was drunk, but I definitely gave a standing ovation.
I would love to see that.
Wow.
Standing
I'd give
What
one.
country were you in?
I'd give one to the 100.
Thailand.
I'd give one to the couple $100 bills that's in Dan's wallet to see that.
I
I'll
was
tell you
in-
sure.
I was in-
Dan, give me 200. This bitch can hit a balloon from half court with her vajayjay. That
I was
immediately.
in Phuket, Thailand.
I sent you the no-hand shooter.
No-handed shooter.
Hey, Bubba, am I still on?
Yeah, you're still on.
And I wanted to just mention one thing, boss. You're on the YouTube.
Oh,
and
God.
you guys are killing it. Did you ever think about hooking up with Cletus McFarlane, maybe?
Yeah, I have. I have, and Cletus is just, and I think we will. We have some mutual friends, and but I would love to, but just Cletus he's such a rock star and on a whole different level than I am on YouTube. That I don't know that he'll even would let me do anything with him, but I would love to. His first race shop was my old race shop.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. I'm going to self-edit. You guys have a wonderful
Thanks,
day.
appreciate it. You too. And finally, the phone call is just getting crazy. Hello.
Hello, it's Jack from St. Louis.
Hi, Jack from St. Louis.
You kind of sounded like Matt from Sebring at the end of that Friday night show.
Yeah, that was just Bubba from Tampa. I don't quite remember it. Was it? Did I embarrass myself?
No.
What time was it at?
You
It was
remember
late.
It was like 8:30.
You remember inviting White Iced Tea to the BARP?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you invited
Oh,
him.
yeah. I forgot to mention that
I
this
thought
morning.
the merch chick might have told you about that when I was kind of rough. I kind of wondered if you'd remember that.
No, I don't remember any of that. No, none of it. I might even.
Is it on YouTube? Can we watch this?
Yeah, it is on YouTube.
I might even take this. I might take that video down.
No, Bubba, that was a great show.
No, I mean.
A lot of great supporters.
Poor merch crick. Everybody knows, and you know you're pilled up. Why'd you give her such a hard time about sliding your pills?
Cause
You were pissed.
I was. Oh yeah, she got in trouble.
You
for
were
that.
full hot on that deal.
Yeah, I was full hot.
All right, I'll let you get to it. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Take care.
No, that was a good show, Bubba.
Well,
I promise it
send me-
wasn't nearly as bad as people are going to make you think.
Let me send me the link to it so I can watch hold on here.
Toward the end of it.
Now this is the
Bubba Uncensored show.
This is the.
You went on for an hour and 28 minutes.
I guess they say they did.
Yeah, it did.
So on, I
my
was at my apartment and I got a 30-minute phone call from I forget who. It's a very important call, and then I had an hour
There you
and
go.
40-minute phone call with Tom Bean. And
You don't like phone calls.
I hate them more than anything in the world. And so I was gonna come over and do a show here because I had a rare Friday night off.
When
And
the
so,
dog's right behind you.
Yeah, it's.
It wasn't a bad show.
Let's look at the no hands shooter first, okay?
Go, pick him up.
Come on, man, let's go.
Kind of called in. It sounds like the dude's filming.
Stop laughing.
You need to have hands and make sure there's a bullet in the chamber, or have a gun that knows how to fire with it. You know what it is?
Oh, that kind of.
It's a Glock with a competition spring on the hammering, on the firing pin, which is why it's hitting duds. Right?
Speaking of hitting duds, here's me on Friday night.
Do you like Bradley Cooper in A Star Is Born?
I don't know. I don't even know. Where do I start slowing down?
Oh, right
at the end of the Mario call.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Merch Craig. Ooh.
So, like, hold on here. Let me see.
I tell you right about that.
Show.
Hello, Friday, yeah.
Who else? Oh, emailers.
Right here.
Somebody
right here.
Oh, yes. No, not Steven Singer. Wayne Siegel from, that's the guy who's buying the cabanas. Wayne Siegel from Porsche, the legend.
Probably
Porsche
like 5-10 more minutes from
New
now.
Jersey.
You took him
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you took him.
Man, I was up there about 30, flight level 37, and
This is it.
I think the oxygen masks are getting ready to deploy. We're losing cabin pressure. I think we're losing. I think we're losing cabin pressure.
Yeah, are you touching yourself?
No.
Come on, Bubba.
No,
It's okay if you are.
But what I do sometimes is I'll take my hands and stick them in my elastic, and literally just like keep them right there, like by my belly button. Like just I'll put my hand there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just close. I just want to put my hand really close to your vagina. I'm not going to touch it.
If I was touching my ween, I'd say I was touching my ween.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I mean, like there's any shame in my game.
Do you remember?
No, I don't remember any of this.
She's sitting there fresh as a daisy, but man, you're about to go TT night night.
Ooh, doggy.
Ooh, doggy.
Yeah, I'm out.
You're biting now.
I am Bubba biting.
There's like 20 more minutes.
Yeah, there is. You were
Doggy.
fighting. Bubba, Rhett and I were talking back. We were texting
By the way,
back and forth.
hold
and Rhett
on.
goes,
By the way, go to our YouTube channel, and while this is still up, it's called Bubba Uncensored After Show 10/6/23. You might want to retitle it like maybe Bubba TT Night Show or something. I mean the Bubba Fuzzy Time.
Bubba, you got to capture that woo doggy and keep that as a button, dude. That's one of the best moments I've ever heard.
But we were texting back and forth while watching this.
So you hold on, Lemmy. You're saying you and Rhett were watching us, and
Yes.
you guys were like, "Look at this train wreck."
Well, kind of. Hold on. And then Rhett goes, I think he's hulking back up. And then you went another like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
and
because
he just kept slowing down.
On this call, you were talking to him about losing altitude and losing cabin pressure and all that. And then you started getting into something. I don't remember what it was, but you could hear you pick yourself back up.
All right, hold on, buddy. I'm starting to slow down on the backstretch. Hello.
Bubba, you're losing altitude, brother.
Man, I was up there about 30, flight level 37, and I think the oxygen masks are getting ready to deploy. We're losing cabin pressure. I think I'm scratching my balls too.
Yeah, you're touching yourself, dude. That's not why you're just in a waistband.
I really do. We're losing cabin pressure, buddy.
You are. Birch Creek, she's sitting there fresh as a daisy, but man, you're about to go TT.
Actually, you know what I did? I can remember this. My testicles were kind of sticking to the side of me. You know, sometimes they get a little sticky.
Yeah, right.
And you guys can see how I just adjusted myself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I adjusted my testicles there.
Do you sniff?
And I probably did. I always sniff.
Let's see.
Can't
wait to see.
Let's see if I nonchalantly.
Ooh, doggy.
Let's see if I do a nonchalant sniff. Ooh, doggy. What do you got going on? Where are you from, buddy? Be my friend. Be my friend.
I'm from New Jersey, man. I call it.
Be my friend.
Oh, what do you do in New Jersey?
What do? I own an auto glass company, like semi.
Oh, like the hat that I have on.
Like Travis, yeah, Travis. I have my own auto glass company. Yep.
You must be rolling in the money for that deal.
I do okay. I'm not, I'm no Bubba the Love Sponge, but I do okay.
No, but hold on. I mean, I'm thinking you probably buy, like, do you keep... I'm trying to break down the auto glass business, which I know nothing about. But I'm trying to break down the auto glass business. I don't know.
OEM is the best. So Ford manufactures their own glass. That's really good stuff. Some of the stuff.
And I would sit through any of this before if I was completely sober. I would be like, man, listen, Johnny Auto Glass, get the hell out of here. I got things to say.
It looks like you're about to fall over.
You literally look like the leaning tower of Bubba.
If you can get OEM, that's the way to go.
But Chevy doesn't do their own. All right, hold on, let me see.
Back in there and being.
Here we go.
No, that.
Jesus, what I tell it. Here it is.
Does she talk at all?
She's not.
Bubba,
white iced tea.
All right, so let me. Is this? I got to probably watch my words too, right? I'm like,
Yeah, you run a little loose.
Here we go.
Laugh just the way he says it. Hi.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
This is a little embarrassing, Lummy. We need to pull this down immediately.
Your trip to Nevada. You got any plans on hitting up the Moonlight Bunny Ranch?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to fuck.
Too long of a drive.
I don't want to. I don't want to fuck us.
Because they do couples. You can bring the merch crick. Be fun. Nice bonding.
Too long of a drive.
Merch. How far? How do you know how far?
Like I want to go hire.
Here goes the sniff.
I want to hire a hooker. Like I want to go out there with my girl and hire a hooker. I mean, if I was to do something like that, I want it to be more organic than I'm just hiring a bitch that doesn't want to be here with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to organically.
Chick from the pool.
She went there one time.
The merch crick did go. She did, and her and her husband went, and they went to go. They went to go like get a coffee mug, like the gift shop or something like that, and they were so freaked out by it that they didn't even go. I don't know. I think that's the story I told, or what happened.
Did she went there, or she worked there?
No, she went there. Her and her husband were visiting Vegas, and they're like, "Hey, let's go out there and at least see what it's all about." And they chickened out, and they went into a gift shop, and she bought a coffee mug from the place, and she still has it.
That's weak.
True story. Hey, listen, it's so weak. Why would I tell it if it wasn't the truth?
Nah.
I mean,
can't mess with that logic.
I mean, for real, like it is. So, I mean, I'd love to say, oh yeah, they went, but no, it's so weak that why would I tell it if it wasn't true?
Yep.
Yeah, you buddy.
No, I mean, like if I admit that she's gone there, I should have just really glamored it up. But no, when we talked about it, she was like, yeah. I was like, so what'd you guys do? She's like, I was so freaked out. I was so freaked out, but I wanted to be able to prove to everybody that I came home that I went there. So she bought a coffee mug. For real.
Alex G, $100 on the Venmo.
Yeah, I think it's $100 to make this pain go away.
I swear you missed your calling, bro. I know you're a fantastic broadcaster, one of the best that ever did it, but you really should have had your eyes on becoming a pimp.
This guy tries to make me a pimp.
Because the way you talk to these bitches, whatever you say, is fucking real pimp shit.
I am heavy-handed with my bitches. I am heavy-handed.
I think at this point, Merch Crick's, I think, saying, okay, I think it's time to wrap it up.
I really am.
All right, so that's enough. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to keep this. I don't want
Did
people
you invite him to barf?
Yeah, he invited him to barf, him and his wife. Because he's a great listener and fan.
Well, just an invitation's not a big deal.
Yeah,
No,
you told him no ring. Yeah, no ring, just invitation.
I said no ring?
Yeah.
Well, then there you have it. No big deal. We were supposed to break the Israel thing down, but that was before the guy who sounds like he's going to die called in.
And the freak show.
And then the freak show, and then me.
The other freak
show.
show.
Completely hammered on my sleep medicine and thinking I should be able to do a show. While I'm doing my show, I don't feel like it's really that, like I'm, that obviously impaired. But obviously my judgment's skewed. Joe Biden sounds like an auctioneer compared to me.
Let's all take a moment. Remember, this show is about words, not actions.
Okay, there is a God.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Doggy.
You need to save that, Bubba, that ooh doggy.
Yeah, that's at 113.46.
That's the highlight of that.
Mommy will get it.
Speaking of doggies, is my favorite weeder here.
Your second favorite wiener?
Yes. People want to know if you got to 20 hours, Bubba.
Huh?
20 hours of fasting, people are asking.
Almost. Is it different?
He said almost.
19 and a half.
Yeah, there's more.
19 and a half. We'll round up.
High alert. Like,
Oh, like terrorist alert? Here's what you're saying is they're going to do additional.
I went from 11:30
coming in.
Okay.
That would be.
Holy shit, for real?
11:30 to 7.
They're really not that. They're
No, I was dying yesterday on it. I'm
saying
fucking dying.
your
road, because I know the main one. Bill Mabry.
What they'll do is.
I was so hungry.
My road's only supposed to be for like officers.
That's what I'm saying. Like I didn't know.
Yeah, they change it all the time.
Okay.
I don't know what they're gonna do, but they should probably add another layer of scrutiny to people going onto the base this week. You would think, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be a little more of an alert.
Because I played golf. I played golf there a couple times. Oh, 3 or 4.
Were they really like looking through your trunk and like look at everything?
It was like really.
I don't think they did that a month ago.
No. It was
I think
pretty,
they do
pretty
now.
flexible because
Yeah.
at that time, I don't know if they do now. I mean, you had to go through like the bear, like this. It took forever.
It's not quite that much.
No.
They've softened. But you know what's going to happen is, like you said, some sleeper cell in America is going to do some stupid shit that, you know, we're going to determine came from a guy that crossed the border on the southern border in the last 6 months. You know, but you know, again, everyone wants to say, "Oh, yeah, Trump's a baboon," but the motherfucker's been right on everything. 100% right. Name one thing he's been wrong on. I can't.
The question I always have now, recently, like, people that just absolutely hate him. I'm like, from 16 to 20, obviously, COVID, but whatever. What was so bad?
Right, what was so bad? The worst thing that happened was COVID hit, and the only mistakes I think he made was listening to his advisors on COVID. And at the time, they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. He didn't know that they didn't know what they were talking about. They acted like they had a fucking real good grasp of what was happening, and they didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Well, the weird thing was that, so I've been going back and always looking at the 16, 17, and the media was like, the only thing saving this whole thing is that he has good advisors.
Who does?
Sometimes mine, but the media was saying like,
Thank God that Trump's got good advisors.
Yeah.
His whole life's been based on good advisors.
But you know what I'm saying, though?
He surrounded himself by excellent people.
But then he listened to advisors, now it's like, oh, you should not listen to the advisors.
Again, Trump could, you know, save the entire world for salvation and still criticize him.
Yeah.
He could walk on water. They said, "Oh, he can't swim."
But like, I'm thinking like, just in the 4 years, what was so bad?
Nothing.
What was so bad?
Nothing. But mean tweets. Fuck off.
Bitch. Everyone would love him like.
Okay, Red Wave, you're correct. He was wrong when he said Hillary was a good person because she was an evil bitch.
Well, she's gonna. What is it? Then I guess she's gonna deprogram all. Then I get a cold.
Oh yes, we're cold. Yes, I love that. But the thing is that you can talk to someone, a really very, very, very left person can talk to someone who's very, very right, and the person very right will actually listen to them. And the person that's very, very left will not listen to the person who is very, very right at all. Won't give them the respect of listening to them. They'll just talk over them and yell.
But there are the extreme people, the super extreme that will overcome it. It's far less.
Really scary is this coordinated set of laws passed by like England, the EU, America, is all trying to pass these laws criminalizing what they consider to be disinformation. And with massive like fines from like $500,000 to like $10 million fines and incarceration if you say something they deem to be misinformation, when everything was misinformation a year and a half ago turns out to be true today, then who's the judge?
Yeah. They're just trying to scare it.
It's reminiscent of the.
What is there not to like about the show? Bubba the Love Sponge. Guys are awesome. And I love the sponge.
The show's cool. It's real, man.
He makes me laugh my ass off every time I listen.
I'm a full truck of fact, man, so it gets me through the day all the time.
Bubba the Love Sponge. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from some type of blood pressure support. Super Beet Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support a healthy blood pressure lifestyle with a heart-healthy energy as well. But paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle just in itself. Super Beet Heart Chews are support healthy circulation so that not only you get good blood pressure support, but you also get productive heart-healthy energy without the crash. Super Beet is the #1 pharmacist-recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support and heart support. It's blood pressure that you can trust and support. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
That's, again, GETSUPER. Get Super Beets, BEETS. Getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code BUBBA. Now, Lummy. Oh, Anna, guess what? I messed up on my flight, and I'm sorry, Pamper.
Oh, Jesus, what? What's
and
going on?
I thought I was going to be here Thursday, but I'm not. Oh. So that's you as a host for 2 days and not one.
Let's go.
With Brian on Thursday, and of course the gentleman to your right now on Friday.
Got it.
Unless he's going to another medical convention.
Nope, I'll be here.
So Lummy, I'm thinking, do you think you could handle the Super Beets promotion? Do you think you could handle?
Course.
Do you think you could?
Yeah, I'll feed off of Brian and Dr. Dan.
Yeah, use Dan and Brian as your co-hosts. And just do your best.
We'll kill it.
Or do you think I should just do 2 a day?
Or pre-tape it, maybe. No. The last time we did it with Babyface, we killed it, and with Dr. Dan too. We did it, and they loved
All right,
it.
so when you say when you do it on Thursday and Friday, you need to say, because Bubba's gone for the day, I'm here to do his Super Beets, read.
Exactly.
And we're big on Super Beets, so Super Beets don't get mad, but it's Lummy going to promote your beet brand and today and tomorrow.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you for being cool.
What airline are you going to be on?
I'm not talking about that.
Southwest.
I'll get sabotaged.
Oh, that's true, Dr. Dan.
Yeah. No, I'm not going.
Okay, I'm sorry, not another word.
What airline did you go?
American.
Oh yeah.
Sabotage.
You got the high dollar one. You still ended up going to. I would never, ever go Phoenix to Chicago to go to Tampa. Ever. I mean, you're way out. You're way out of your way.
Yeah, it was a short layover, but it was a 45-minute layover.
How long of a flight was it? Phoenix to Chicago? 4 hours?
No, it was like 2 and
no,
3.
no,
3. It was 3. And the other one was like 2.
Nah, 2.5.
Not really. It was like 2:05.
Let me find me. I tried to find it, but I couldn't find it.
All right.
Rand Paul was on the Sean Hannity show promoting his new book. I think within the last couple days, and he really has something that I want Dan to hear, because I want Dan's opinion on it. So when you find it, just let me know.
Okay.
We've been talking about, obviously, what's happening in Israel.
Hold on a second. I think you already said
What's
that.
happening in Israel.
Hold on a second. I think you already said that.
What's happening in
I can't not do that.
I know you always got to do that.
I love jumping in.
But that's part of the gimmick. That's part of the gimmick when I pot up something from the internet that I've already potted up, and we get a reverb Willie and all that.
Thank you.
No problem. Did you have a good weekend?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relaxing weekend?
Oh, I slept so much. I'm really not sleeping enough during the week because the fact that I could sleep 13 hours with no drugs is insane.
Which goes to show you that your body really wants to
catch up.
Really catching up.
It's really bad. It's really bad.
Which means to show it, which is so unhealthy through the week for you.
Bitch, I know. It's so bad, and I love health and all that stuff, and I'm not doing the number one thing.
The number one thing is to get rest.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who the hell could be calling us? We're getting get ready to the big Israel with the possible Iran controversial / conspiracy Willie theory. We're getting ready to get into that. It's the biggest thing happening in the world right now. Hello, caller. I hope you got something that's far more interesting that we're getting ready to do. What?
Hey, I love you, Bubs. That's it.
This is why I see.
Stupidity.
No, it's different.
Oh.
Intensifying conflict between Israel and Palestinian militants roared into a second.
Now, Palestine started it by just blew over some big missiles. Did they not?
It was land, sea, air, rockets. It was a coordinated attack.
Oh, it was. So just wasn't a couple of
there was like
shoulder
6 entrance points. They
Hey, guys on motorized paragliders.
They were paragliding in. It was insane.
I'd love to be a part of a U.S. military establishment with one of those guns. You know, have you seen those guns? Let me that like
a zip.
Yeah, and they literally. It sounds like it's just one big bullet, but it's they have them on the aircraft carriers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have them where the manned guys can have shoot them too. I'd love for some paragliders to be some stupid ass Palestinian hand gliders to be coming in on my military base when I had one of those guns.
Bubba, there's a plane that has that on one side only because it's such a massive gun. And it has to circle like clockwise around the target because it just keeps shooting the target with that gun. It's ridiculous. It's like
the new fears, the surprises.
I want one of those guns right now.
Attack could spark an even wider Middle East war.
I love Tamika. Isn't that her name?
Close enough.
Tamika Jones.
Today, the Pentagon ordered U.S. warships and forces in the region to move closer to Israel, including the aircraft carrier Gerald R.
Now, what about Egypt? Egypt is cool, aren't they?
Well, they were killing Israeli tourists in Alexandria.
Oh,
but
what about
Israel?
What about Jordan and Syria?
It's better now. But actually, the Yom Kippur War in '73 was a surprise attack from Egypt and Syria, and they're saying that this is. It hasn't been as bad of an attack as that. Look, I explained that horribly. It hasn't been as bad as that since this moment. This is the next worst thing that's ever happened to Israel in the last 50 years.
And what's the motive? Just
again, it's the jihad. It's the jihad to the Muslims that are confined to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. They think that they have been occupied, that their lands have been taken from them. By the Israelis. And so their mission, the religious and only mission in life, in order for them to find their salvation, is to carry on their jihad against the infidels, which they are interpreting as the Israelis. Am I right, Anna?
Yeah. Gonna play it.
Oh,
sorry. Okay.
Yeah. What's that? I'm sorry.
You all right?
I was trying to not be long.
Deployed in the
I
Mediterranean.
needed you to be long.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I had to keep going.
Are you eating?
Soldiers today battled Hamas militants at the country's southern border. Hundreds have been killed on both sides. The U.S. saying some may be Americans. They include at least 200.
Now, that's in Israel, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Outside of a concert. That was outside of a concert.
There was a rave going on outside of a kibbutz, and they paraglided in. And I read the details and saw videos, and Bubba, it is disturbing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Disturbing stuff. I mean, they were ambushed, and they took hostages, like on motorbikes. They stripped down women, some dead, some alive, paraded them through the streets of Gaza naked.
Oh.
I mean, it's really disturbing stuff.
Music festival near the border. Hamas claims to hold more than 100 people hostage. Israel has responded with fury. Fighter jets taking aim at targets in the Palestinian territory. Here in New York, hundreds of Israeli and Palestinian supporters held rival rallies in Times Square. And at the U.S. Capitol today,
rival rallies. So there's some people that are here in America supporting the Palestinians.
Yeah,
Free
yesterday,
Palestine's a massive
on
movement.
the Riverwalk in Tampa. There was a big rally.
And in Temple Terrace, was there something?
Yeah, 56 and Fowler. There was a big fight that broke out.
Yeah.
What, amongst Israel?
Two different protest groups.
the flag was lowered to half-staff in solidarity with Israel. And CBS's Holly Williams is in Tel Aviv tonight and leads us off. Holly, good evening.
Good evening, Jerika. Here in Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country...
Now, doesn't Israel have a pretty damn strong military?
Yes,
They do,
and
the
they
best in
have
the
an
region.
yes, and they have an air defense system that did stop a lot of the missiles.
The Iron Dome.
But it didn't. Wasn't 100%.
And what is probably the most surprising is that Israel has one of the most intensive intelligence organizations on the planet, and they missed this right in front of them.
Right, because I mean, this is something that had to be playing. I mean, right?
I mean, they were
for them
training
for them to come in six different ways.
I read a bunch that they thought that they were just like posturing. They didn't think Hamas had any plans of resources, any plans of attacking or anything like that. And this was happening right underneath their nose. They completely missed it.
You know, I really believe that none of this would have ever happened if you just fulfilled your military commitment to Israel.
You're right, Dan. It's all my fault.
Right, she'd be the worst. I mean, no way. Israel's a much better.
You're getting meat?
Israel's a much better country without Anna serving one day, please.
It's probably true.
She would have brought them down so fast, please.
She would be like, you got to look at these people, man.
These
people are
wouldn't
trouble.
she probably wouldn't even qualify. They're so strict over there.
Come on, she's a stud.
Yeah, but she's
kicking ass, dude. She's look. She actually is taking to things like jujitsu and stuff like that. I mean, if she had learned how to be a badass Israeli military girl, she'd have been that much scarier.
Now listen to this, Anna. I'm going to have
been a black belt in Krav Maga.
But hold on. Hold on. Can you imagine? Listen, I'm not insinuating that your parents raised you wrongly or anything. I
think
by the way,
that's okay.
No. Hold on.
Okay,
Hear me out. I absolutely adore your father.
Right.
And they probably kind of let you decide what you were wanting to do, and they just supported it and things like that. I don't know that necessarily they pushed the French horn on you and various other things that you did.
No, actually, it was really the opposite. That was me. That was an act of rebellion right there.
Can you imagine?
Isn't that sad?
Can you imagine though? Hold on. Now that you're really starting to live life as kind of a tough girl or a normal girl, can you imagine if you instead of all the time that you spent with the French horn, you had spent with jiu-jitsu at that age? Can you imagine how that would have changed? How just a different trajectory of life, just a different mindset.
Yeah,
like I mean, because when you train jiu-jitsu, it gives you a kind of a badass, like especially how you'd be a black belt by now. By far, you'd be a 5, 8, 9, 10-time black belt.
I think that jiu-jitsu has
and you
taught
roll
me
differently through life when you're that tough.
What the main thing jiu-jitsu has taught me is your ability to endure and just to try to stay calm in situations that are unpleasant or scary or whatever, and just trying to still be able to think critically under pressure.
Right. And not be a baby.
And not be a baby.
Like they don't baby you in jiu-jitsu at all. Right.
Well, I mean, you have to understand, I started with adults and we're all adults there. So it's not like they're like, come on, guys, toughen it out. They let you do your own thing.
I know, but what age did you start the French horn?
I was 11 or 12.
Right, so
Come on, pierce those lips. Toughen up, kids.
So
work on your
blow
armature.
harder.
So imagine if at 11 or 12,
Kiss that horn.
You, instead of blowing the horn, you were actually training jiu-jitsu. You would have been so much more.
I mean, those
of a
really weren't
different
the
person.
options in my middle school. It wasn't like, oh, you could do band or jiu-jitsu.
I guarantee you they had a dojo there in San Diego somewhere.
Oh, in San Diego,
Yeah.
but not at my school. This was like a school deal,
Oh, all right.
So
long and
I should have done the
difficult
clarinet.
war.
Clarinet.
Yeah, you'd be so much more of a badass.
Yeah,
I don't need a Harley. I need the French horn.
Here we go.
I was 11, Dan.
Hamas gunmen
Don't everybody, Dan, chill out. We're watching very important stuff right now.
smash their way through the barrier
Oh, lovely. That's exactly what I'd be down that guy.
that Israel uses to
it's
contain
crazy.
Palestinians in
I
Gaza.
wouldn't. Hey. There's like blurred out bodies. I don't know what some of them aren't blurred.
Oh, we're not on Twitch anymore.
All right. Well, I'm just wanted to heads up.
This is network news.
We got in trouble with network news.
But
the
we're
last
not.
time.
But we're not on the.
I
we're
know,
not
but I
on
just
the
wanted
place.
to say
I know.
something.
Thank you for the heads up.
See something. Say something.
All right, you said something.
Thank you.
The militants.
I don't know why we couldn't show this, because this is from the CBS broadcast over airwaves, governed by the FCC feed.
Designated as terrorists by the US, fired waves of rockets into Israel and arrived by sea and even in paragliders. It was a complex and coordinated attack. What followed was a bloodletting. This Israeli soldier was...
It's just disturbing.
All right, maybe pull down.
Well, I mean, you don't really see much, but you know what's going on.
It's apparently lynched.
All right, pull this part down. Just because Anna's scared.
I'm not scared. I'm just letting
On
the
camera,
people know.
Civilians were slaughtered on the highways and in the towns of southern Israel. In Sderot, around 2 miles from the border with the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, this is... Wow. These are just people in regular cars that just happened to hit by, one of their bombs.
Well, one of the things that they said that, we do have rules for war, and you're not supposed to launch missiles from a civilian location or aim them at civilian locations, and apparently Hamas did both.
There were videos that came out. There was, I guess it was like a rave or some sort of outdoor dance party that was not too far away. And in the video, there's people dancing, and in the background, you can see all the guys on paragliders coming in, and they're just stopping and looking.
Because they don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Part of the show.
Did the guy
probably a lot of them are on drugs, too.
Do the guys on paragliders come in with, then they landed, and then they went in with their guns and just started murdering people?
I sent you what the paragliders look like.
They would shoot from the paragliders, too.
Yeah, I sent you the paragliders.
That's crazy.
All right, here we go.
Picture of it, yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Oh
Yeah.
my
the double.
God.
Bring some of that nonsense over to here, and let's see how far that'll last you.
Jeez.
And it's
That
not
is
just the
horrible.
rockets. I mean, they were going in on land and foot, going into Israeli homes, snatching kids, mothers, women, elderly off the streets, killing some, taking others as hostages. Like it's a crisis.
Now, how many hostages do they
over
currently
100
have right now?
Some I think might be American. There's a few Americans that have been killed. I don't know how many.
Hostages,
overran
Bubba.
the police.
It's three things here. First of all, they're trying to instill fear. But secondly, is hostages are money. They got $6 billion by a hostage exchange. How much money do you think that dumbass Brandon is going to give these guys to get Americans back? As much as it takes. And so we're like, we don't negotiate with terrorists is BS, because they do. And
we just did.
We just did. And so American...
I find it odd that we just released $6 billion over to Iran. Where's it? Iraq. Iran. And now aren't they saying that Iran is part of...
The funding?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're saying.
Mm-hmm. They back
Police
them.
station killing dozens. It's now a charred ruin.
Now, is Israel full hot? I mean, are they full hot?
Dude,
Can just finally? I know the rules of war probably have applied, prior to this, but shouldn't there be no more rules and literally Israel could come in like the badass military that they are and make a parking lot out of both? Or would that be like crimes against humanity or what?
Yes, it would probably be interpreted as such, because every time that Israel does retaliate, they're criticized. And it's by definition, all of the Gaza Strip
now.
and
They
all
were
of the West Bank but it's all civilian. There is no theoretical military, because the military hides within the civilian community,
correct,
making them terrorists. So it becomes very sticky. And
saying that you're killing innocent people
because they're just amongst them. You can't tell the difference.
You don't know who's military and who's not.
They're not wearing uniforms.
That's why they should kill them all.
Well, I understand that argument. I don't think
91
that's necessarily
Palestinian kids have already been killed.
I don't think that's the best argument, but that's absolutely an argument that they're saying, because another problem with military rules is if you're fighting a military battle, you're supposed to have a uniform on.
Right.
And when you fight in a civilian clothing, that's also against the rules. So it makes it more difficult for the opposing side to differentiate who's the bad guy, who's the military guy, and who's the civilian.
That's why unfortunately, war's not cool.
But then you have to kill like 5 million people. How many Palestinians live on the West Bank? I mean, it's got to be over 1 million. Right?
I think it's 2.
2 million people. You just got
I'm
to kill
not sure.
2 million
Don't
people.
quote me on that.
I mean, that's.
I think it's 2.
They're just going into Gaza.
That's almost
right
as
now.
many as Fauci allegedly killed with his policies.
Hey, did you ever find that
I'm still looking for it.
Sean Hannity Fauci
And
deal.
it was
He
recent?
arrived today.
It may not. It may not.
Okay.
It may be from May. I don't know.
Okay.
We heard gunfire.
He just says. Rand Paul says that Fauci is personally responsible, or he should be tried, or something like that. Basically, I was gonna get Dan all lathered up because it's exactly what Dan's been saying all along.
And an Israeli SWAT team moved.
That Fauci's bought and paid for, and that he even and Fauci's buffoonery didn't it start with the misdiagnosis of or the ill not handling AIDS correctly?
Yes, when there was a therapeutic path that he chose not to follow because he was following his therapeutic path, which he probably made a lot of money on.
Right.
And so because of his refusal to look at the other side, kind of like his refusal to consider alternative, actually FDA-approved, repurposed drugs, his refusal to look at this, what turned out to be the proper path of treating HIV and AIDS, resulted in many, probably hundreds of thousands of excess deaths from HIV.
And wasn't the way he wanted to treat it? He was,
he had a fig in it.
Large owners of stock.
Yeah, dude. He is a scumbag in my opinion. I think he is a criminal in my opinion. I think he is responsible for a lot of people's pain, suffering, and death in this country, in my opinion. And all of these people continue to double and triple and quadruple down on their positions. And it's been proven. There's literally thousands of papers that show that these vaccines have a lot of potential problems. There's thousands of papers that have shown that these alternative therapies were more effective than anything else that Fauci was promoting, including remdesivir and Paxlovid and all the other crap they tried to throw on us.
I actually saw it was a news station out of like Milwaukee or something, and it was like they had this doctor on, and it was talking to the news anchor about how if you're and the big whodunit was my baby's less than a year, how can I vaccinate them? And the guy was like, well, there's a specific COVID vaccine for children that are 8 months and younger. And I'm thinking to myself, we're going to start jabbing, babies?
And children don't die. Almost in this last wave of Omicron, almost every single death or serious complication from COVID in this last few months has been someone over 65. Why are we vaccinating young people and teenagers for COVID? Why are we requiring vaccines in colleges again? This vaccine works for maybe a couple of months, maybe. In fact, what seems to be, according to research papers that I've read, primary peer-reviewed articles, that the more boosters you've had, the more likely you're going to get COVID in the future.
So the police told us to get down.
Later, the police told us there was no militant, and an Israeli citizen had accidentally been shot and injured. Their nervousness isn't surprising.
Now those
Hamas
are
also took hostages, including women, children, and the elderly. They paraded some of them through the streets of Gaza. Israel says among them are U.S. citizens. Dikla Arava was taken captive along with her family.
Now your dad...
My dad was there in April.
And I think your dad owns property in Israel.
He does in Netanya.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I don't know, he would have been caught up in this, but I don't think that
the first thing that came to my mind was like, I'm glad my family's not there right now.
Glad my dad's not over there.
Where's that town in relationship to Israel? Like, what part of Israel is it in? Like north, south, east,
I think
west?
it's close-ish to Tel Aviv, but I'll double check.
The militants live streamed it on social media.
What do you want Israel's government to do to try and bring your sister and her children and her husband home?
Everything they can do.
What happened today has never
That's
been...
the president of Israel.
Benjamin Netanyahu. The thing is, he's one of the strong ones. Now, he's been in and out of power a lot over the last 20 years. Right now, he's in power, and to be honest with you, he is a fighter. he does not take it lightly. He is going to have a very, very severe response. This is what happens when a little kid kicks sand into a giant person's face. He's going to get smashed, and so these guys are going to get smashed over the next 2 weeks.
It's going to be get worse probably before it gets better.
Plus, no doubt. I mean, for the Palestinians at least.
Well, and for potential.
And there's a lot of wounded
hostages.
people that are going to die, and the hostages as well.
I mean, there's probably a lot of hostages and maybe even Americans that may die.
There have been Americans
because Israel
that have died.
has to be Israel has to go on the offense, don't they? I mean, they have to start.
They have to have the thing is, it's not going to be a measured response.
Well, they declared war on them.
I know.
What are you supposed to do? Nothing? And what does that signal to the rest of the world? That you can just come in, kill our people, and there's going to be no retaliation?
You got to do something.
Absolutely.
In Israel, said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we will take mighty vengeance to accomplish
now. And of course, most of the. I mean, we, the United States, we're obviously, ready to help Israel. Do you think we get involved?
Yep.
We already send jets and air, fighter
Israel
warships
pummeling the Gaza Strip with hundreds of airstrikes, demolishing this 14-story building that it says was used by Hamas.
Yeah, so Israel's already shown them the good news.
Oh, yeah, within hours there's already
This region has been locked in a cycle of violence for decades. But, Eureka, many people here are demanding to know how Israeli intelligence could have failed to detect and disrupt the planning for such a massive...
So is this their equivalent? Is this
They
equivalent
said this
to
is
like
our 9/11.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what they said. That was a quote by one of the ministers of defense or something.
Proportionally, the number of people that died is like 20,000 Americans. If you add like population proportionality of how many died,
it's only like 9 million in Israel, I think, something like that.
Yeah, so it was a huge hit to on. Someone said, I heard another Israeli last night say, this is not 9/11. This is a combination of Pearl Harbor and 9/11. It was that devastating to them.
And it's just begun, right?
Oh,
what was it, on Friday?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, right.
And the Iranians have already given the go-ahead that they'll support them, which then Russia came out now and said they'll support
This could be
Iran.
this could be the trigger. We thought Ukraine was going to trigger a world war, but if you add Ukraine to this could absolutely trigger a massive multinational conflict.
But you're right. You're exactly right. But hold on, Russia, get the hell out of here. You can't even effectively get rid of Ukraine. So you coming in and helping?
I think it's just
get the hell out of here.
Well, you know who's backing
China.
Russia and Iran is China.
Well, and what are the implications for the U.S. if they just outright pick a side and start throwing money at this?
Oh, we're gonna.
With wide open borders and people who can just come in and do whatever they want.
So, Lummy was talking about the threat of sleeper cells in big American cities now for the next couple months.
Yeah, they've come out and said there's certain people that said
Hamas might have sleeper cells in America.
That if we support Israel,
which we are going to,
that there's sleeper cells that have crossed the border. And they have warned, supposedly, that don't go to big cities for the next 12 months.
Don't go to big cities for the next 12 months.
Yep.
Is Vegas a big city?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
As a
Vegas
Jewish
would be
person?
a great place to make an example.
They're gonna do.
I got Ronnie's wedding this weekend.
Suicide bombing.
Just a lot of red flags. I'm
gonna have my head on a swivel. If I see anybody at Ronnie's wedding that looks like they're Hamas, I'm going to tackle them right there.
The human owl.
I'm going to tackle them right there. I mean. I hate to. It probably ended up being just Stephanie's cousin, from
Ronnie's uncle.
He probably shouldn't have said that.
That kind of frank dialogue troubles me.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Bubba, I think I found it. I'll send you the link.
Okay.
The Sean Hannity thing.
Thank you.
No problem. I think it looked like it was 2 days ago.
This is where the
That's beautiful. My brother's intelligent. There's magnificent place.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
much fun. Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Gaza's all the fucking water. They should be lucky they got waterfront land.
You think?
You think? The way they're taking baths.
No, Bubba, it's the link, not the video.
What?
It's the link I sent you. It's below that video. That video wasn't the one. That's why I wasn't sure when it. Yeah.
Perfect.
you mind if I made yours?
You gotcha?
And then you build a case.
Go ahead.
You
What do you have to do?
You can go. I'll wait till Dan comes back.
What do you have to do? You have to go back there?
I'll wait till next week.
You sure?
Yeah.
You okay?
Or if Dan comes back quicker, I'll go back.
Do you need anything I can grab?
No, I'm good.
Is there anyone on
Uh-uh.
Police this morning, the war may be expanding in the Middle
Oh,
East.
just get ready for oil to go up to about fucking $7 a barrel, $7 a gallon.
Say it right now, Lower. Say it.
$7 a fucking gallon. Oil prices are fucking going through the roof. They do Kenny Powers. What's up, Iggy? Dan must have got his fucking shakes.
Does he Uber those things in?
Sure does. Probably like $20 a fucking Uber.
HS Bubba fan 69. Hash oil's gonna go up. Oh, fucking degenerate. Oh.
Yeah, go up 25%. Exactly. That's true, Iggy. The U.S. produced their own oil, plus we fucking drained the reserves. Our reserves are fucking drained. Jesus. What the fuck is going on up there?
I mean, do you have enough time? Go.
No, it's alright. I'll go next break.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lummy, is Stanford good in football?
No, they're horrible. They've been horrible the past couple
They used to be really good, didn't they?
Yeah, when Harbaugh was there.
Yeah.
They've been good and bad.
Lamborghini.
They've got a very wealthy alumni.
Yes, they do. Gas prices. They're gonna go up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And we have nothing in the reserves.
Right.
So we're fucked.
Completely fucked. What did you do
That's
to your
what it is.
left index finger that your fingernail so
Oh yeah, it is. I just, that was my fault.
I got you.
Oh, it was my fault. I should have.
It's
I shouldn't have.
I guess because it's rebuilding, it throws it off.
I should have looked.
Well, actually, the whole hand was.
No problem.
And like, you know, chew, it's like.
Oh, I thought you like voted in Afghanistan or some shit.
No. When
I
I even tried to. I went like, like way out to put it in, but it splashed up and.
They found a ginger Jew.
Lummy, did you see where?
Oh, my comment. Yeah.
Did you see where?
Well, there's a lot of,
If you win 6 games, you're bowl eligible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, 6 and 6.
And they said that there's bowls that are actually
Yeah, Egyptian slaves back in the day.
trying to get a hold of Colorado right now and beg them to come to their bowl. Now, what's the Outback Bowl? What is it usually? The Big Ten?
Yeah, the Big Ten and the SEC.
They don't ever go Pac-12?
No.
They can't?
Normally the Pac-12 stays kind of out west, so they don't travel as far.
I don't know. It looks like it to me. They have like a certain look. With
Only one obviously is the Orange Bowl. If I was a Gasparilla Bowl that's one before, I would change it to be the fucking Pac-12.
Oh, that's scary.
The Gasparilla Bowl. Where's that?
That's at Raymond James too.
That's a
But that's Jobber, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but if I was
Was he
them,
the guy?
you know what I'm saying? Like I would just reach out to
I mean,
you know.
was he the guy?
No,
He was
how about the orange one?
Not
What's it
that
usually?
guy, but the picture
It
they show with the
depends on
girl that's like crying.
the top four.
She
It's one
and
of
the guy with the
playoff
same behind back, they're a
balls.
couple.
Oh, is it?
And
Yeah.
they're just taking her to fucking Gaza, and he's obviously being taken to Gaza as well. But and she doesn't know if he's gonna die or she's gonna die.
All day, every day.
I'm an FT.
Full tractor effect.
You're my savior.
I listen to it in the morning and at night. It keeps me awake all night driving that big rig down the road.
Bubba the Love Sponge. We love you, brother.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo at the Bubba Army, or go to the Bubba Army merch store and Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. Maybe buy something over there, or just for free, follow us on our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army. There's lots of good stuff, including my drug-induced show that I did on Friday night that I might pull down now that I'm looking at it sober. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of times that you see yourself when at your, maybe necessarily not at your most sober moment, and you are somewhat, like, oh.
That reminds me of that David Hasselhoff video when he was drunk eating the hamburger. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks. It even validates more why I need to take this down.
I don't think it was that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad, but that's what it reminded me of.
Mine's worse. So again, the big news and that everybody's talking about, and we must as well. I mean, because it's a war. It's a war. I mean, and it's hard telling where this thing's going to go. I mean, it could be really, really bad. Like Lemmy said, next up is the price of oil,
which is the price of gas into your home, which will be, like Lemmy predicted, $4.50 a gallon in a couple of weeks, and like I predicted, about $5 a gallon.
And we're going into winter, which is going to raise
the winter
even more.
blend. They have to like switch blends, and they're going to go to the winter blend, and that in itself is usually 25 or 30 cents. In conjunction, what?
But we have an oil reserve.
Yeah.
Oh, not really.
At least this morning, the war may be expanding amid an exchange of strikes between Israel and Hezbollah.
Now we're hearing that this has all been Iran. Was it Iran or Iraq?
Iran.
Iran, which we negotiated with 2 weeks ago and freed up $6 billion of money that we had seized and frozen and Iran assets and whatever we did. And plus, we did a prisoner swap.
5 for 5.
5 for 5. Like you're almost at like McDonald's. Give me the 5 for 5 deal.
Plus $6 billion.
Plus $6 billion. And they're saying that Iran is either one, helped finance this, or two, helped financed and planned it.
Apparently, they gave the green light. I guess saying that, hey, if you need more support, we're here to give it to you.
The militant group enters the conflict. The number of Israelis and Palestinians killed could exceed 900. And we've learned several Americans are among the dead. It is unclear how many. For the latest, we begin with CBS's Holly Williams in Tel Aviv.
I wouldn't be there.
The Gaza Strip and the West Bank sound like they're really small areas. If you look how big they are in proportion to the rest of Israel, these are giant chunks of land on water.
Well,
not the West Bank. Well, is
the West Bank of water.
Israel uses to contain Palestinians in Gaza. The militants, designated as terrorists by the U.S., fired waves of rockets into Israel and arrived by...
I think we saw all this already.
Yeah, a lot of it's crossover footage.
Yeah. Well,
I like how over the weekend, though, some people came out on other news stations, MSNBC, CNN, and said, well, this is why us building a border wall won't work. Because of how they say
Mexico just going to shoot some rockets over here?
Well, they had to blow it up to get past it. Until that they weren't getting past it.
But they said, "Oh, look, Israel had a wall, and they still got evaded." It's like, really?
200 people instead of 5 million people that have crossed the border since Biden's been in president.
I mean, this was 2 years in the making to plan. So it wasn't like this is happening every day.
This current attack that
I think so. That's what I read somewhere. I think so.
No, Anna is correct. They said it was over 2 years of planning, and that's why when they struck down on it, it was so calculated.
And Israel again prides itself on having some of the best intel.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, and this completely They didn't catch any. Usually they'll hear the intel will hear chatter. They'll start. They pick up on chatter through various means and surveillance and listening in and things like that. And they didn't even get any chatter on this. Like, didn't we?
They saw it, but they thought it was posturing. They didn't think it was anything.
Didn't we have chatter on 9/11?
Yeah.
There was like
it's ignored.
But there was chatter. I mean, weren't we like 2 months before 9/11? Like we'd intercepted some intel that they were planning to do something like this.
Like in San Diego, they were training these guys. There was a lot of stuff that was missed.
So I have a friend who has jury duty, and she, instead of having a normal jury duty, has been put on a grand jury.
What does that mean?
That means every Wednesday for a year and a half, she has to spend all day listening to the federal prosecutor of the Middle District of Florida talk about cases. And the one thing she said is, don't do anything on your computer or phone because they are watching and listening to everything. So these douchebags that are in charge are paying more attention to you saying something about ivermectin or a vaccine than terrorists. They're actually planning attacks. If the governments of the world would stop being so concerned with people having maybe a different opinion or an alternate story or anything that's counter to the national narrative, and instead focus on actually chasing the bad guys, for which the post 9/11 Patriot Act type laws allow them to listen. So instead of them listening to the bad guys, they're listening to us bitch about them wasting our money and having ill-fated policies. So it's on them. They have diluted their ability. They have the resources to be in these people's computers and phones, and instead, Bubba, they're in your phone and my computer.
Hope they're not my phone.
Oh boy, they are. But you're
real?
not doing anything illegal.
No.
But as soon as
I'm not sending out D-pics or nothing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Edward Snowden really kind of illuminated.
Exactly.
What he was like. I think he leaked all these documents saying like catch everything, like go through everything. It doesn't matter. Like they're looking at everything.
A dragnet, and because they're wasting so much time and so much manpower and so much effort on scanning all of the good people because they may be a little bit off of their political narrative, they are missing the bad people. They should be putting all the resources towards the bad people. And they know who the bad people really are, but they'd rather have this chilling effect on us. And again, passing laws that are criminalizing free speech if it's labeled by some a-hole as misinformation.
Let me say this as clearly as I can.
Well, I don't think you can say anything clearly, buddy.
He can't. He's a bumbling fool. Dude, this is all happening on his
Dan,
watch.
Settle down. Let's let our president speak here, Dan.
This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
And that was President Biden at the White House a couple of hours ago. The deadly and unprecedented attack against Israel has stunned the world and the U.S., with Hamas terrorists backed by Iran storming the border from Gaza.
So, I mean, they're reporting it on it's being reported backed by Iran, right? I mean,
Blinken said that it wasn't confirmed, but everyone is saying that Iran was supporting them, which makes sense because they're the money. They got the power.
Yeah, well, they just recently got more money, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, doesn't that really kind of put into question the deal we just made? I mean, the deal we just made, $6 billion that we freed up in Iranian money with a 5-for-5 prisoner swap, doesn't that kind of?
I mean, we don't know if that money was intentionally used, like that's the money they were waiting for or anything like that. But again, it's like we allowed them to have access to that money, and look what they did to one of our biggest allies.
So Bubba, if you have $1,000 and you need $800 for rent, but you want to buy $500 worth of drugs, you can't, because you can't do both. But now someone gives you an extra $1,000, like, oh my God, now I can pay for rent and buy my drugs.
Right.
So if you take a country like Iran, who's probably not like flowing with money, but still trying to fund these organizations like Hamas, and so when you give them $6 billion that they can use for
Whatever they want.
Their humanitarian stuff, that frees up this extra money they have for Hamas.
Yeah, because that's the only way that technically Iran was supposed to be able to use their money was for humanitarian
How
reasons.
big have they estimated Hamas? How big are they? Like do they
How
have
many militants?
do they have any idea? Do they have a rough number? Is it 5,000? Is it
all 2 million of them?
I mean,
No,
you know
what I mean? Is it? Do you know? Do we really know? We don't know.
When you say, here's the thing, it's hard because they don't have like a really organized military. And
who's in charge of Hamas?
The guest. His name's the Guest. That's his like code name. I
The
forget.
Guest.
Yeah,
Right.
Look it up. But
Is
here's
he
the thing.
equivalent
But here's
to
the thing.
their-
All
is
the
he
people,
equivalent
most
to
of the
their
people.
Saddam
I'm not
Hussein?
gonna say all the people. But here's the thing. Even all the civilians who are like, we have nothing to do with this. Most of them support Hamas, even if they're not part of Hamas. They're like
they're all
they
complicit.
support-
They're all
right.
complicit. So it's like saying, okay, I didn't murder him, but I got him in my house. I'm feeding him.
I'm a sympathizer.
I'm clothing him.
Right.
I appreciate what he's doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, but I'm not him.
Right.
But I'm not guilty.
Right.
I don't have an
aiding and abetting.
Right. I mean, you may not have a gun and you're going out and fighting, but you're supporting those that are, or
you're married to them, or whatever.
Yeah, they are enabling.
They're your sons, your
they
brothers.
They're all guilty. Not all of them. The majority of them are guilty of enabling this, and so that's the problem that Israel has with Gaza, and will ultimately become their justification for wiping out large areas of civilians.
Now, who's the president of the Palestinian? Like, those two the West Bank and Gaza.
I don't know who their
I mean,
official leader
what's
is, but I know
is it
it's
officially
the Guest is the Hamas.
Hold on, is it
guy.
officially Palestine?
You
Is
call
that
it
what
the
the-
occupied territories.
Okay, so both occupied territories within Israel, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank.
I think there's Golan Heights as well, but I'm not quite
But
sure.
are they-
believe it is Mohammed Abbas.
No. But what is those What are those pieces of territory?
The occupied territories.
That's what they call.
Yes.
They're not-
collectively known as the occupied territories.
Okay. So now, is there a president of the occupied territories? Is there anybody in charge of the occupied
Is it
territories?
Mahmoud Abbas?
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas has been since 2005.
All right, so don't you put a little bit of this on him, or no? Is he going to say, no, the Hamas is a sleeper cell within my territories, and I don't have anything to do with them?
Again, they probably support Hamas, but they're not technically part of Hamas, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So they're together until you ask them if they're together, and then they're not really. I don't know him. I don't know him.
This
But
has-
they're having dinner together. I don't know who he is.
But this is the makings of, like, when it's this unorganized but yet
Oh, it's
organized.
organized,
It's unorganized but yet it's very organized. This is the kind of things that really, really escalate into an absolute crap show, right? I mean, like, again, in Iran is already taking responsibility of funding this and supporting this.
Greenlighting.
And we have already drawn a definitive line in the sand. Everybody knows where we're going to go. We have 100% support of Israel. And, has China come out and said anything?
They're going to support Iran.
Yeah, no, China hasn't come out and said anything. They're going to wait back. I mean, they just see.
What's the point? It's just like.
What about, like, Great Britain or,
Oh, I mean, they're democracies hang with democracies. That's kind of how that goes.
Right.
So
Now, is Israel part of NATO?
no,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Why
No, because then
not?
we'd be in war right now.
Yeah, you
No, I
can't-
mean,
yeah.
not NATO. What's our
European Union?
what's
Oh, they're not in Europe.
no the
North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. You're
That's-
right.
We're in charge. Yeah.
I don't know if Israel is part of NATO
No,
or
I
not.
don't think
it
so.
is.
Why wouldn't they be?
Because they're such badasses. They have their own nuclear weapons. They don't need NATO. They can decimate these areas if they choose to, and they may. And then when that happens, you're not talking about 2,000, 3,000 people dying. You're talking about 50,000, 100,000, 1 million people dying. Literally, Israel feels they're so pissed off right now.
And feel like they've been so dirty dogged.
Right? They're going to be devastating. And what they may also do is like, listen, okay, you guys want to play this game? We're going to give you even less land. We're going to take this land back. You invaded us. Now we're going to invade you. And we're going to take this land from you and let you guys swim back to wherever you came from.
If there's even any people left.
Right.
At that point.
Like,
But they
you know
might
what?
start picking people off, organizers, because a lot of times the organizers are all over the world. And I don't know if you remember was it 1973, 4, 6? I don't know, Munich, 72. Olympics, where I think it was 11 Israeli athletes were killed. I mean, they were picking people off for like a decade afterwards, following people in Sweden, blowing up homes in France. They found out who organized that stuff, and they picked them off person by person.
Right.
I mean, the Mossad doesn't F around. They don't F around.
Now,
So.
someone on chat was like Heisenberg saying, like, Dr. Dan, how is Israel created? Well, really, Israel was originally created when it was originally created when the Jewish slaves left Egypt and went to Israel to create their own land. That's how Israel was created. Israel was restored after World War II. And after it was restored, Jerusalem, which was occupied by the Muslims, was not open to Christians and Jews to pay homage. And so after Israel was restored in the 40s, Jerusalem was open again to the world
It was
and
an
all
international
religions.
city, yeah. In 48 is when Israel was
Did that answer your question, Heisenberg?
Oh, yeah, that guy loves me.
You have from January of 2020, and then you build a case that is as...
Rand Paul, who is a senator from Kentucky, who, Dan, I think is a doctor.
Yep.
Meaning not a doctor like...
Not a chiropractor, not a PhD, not a doctor of education.
Not like Shaq.
Nope.
Not a Joe Biden.
He's a
real MD.
Like you and him can hang, right?
Yep.
Right.
I like
damning cases I've ever
I do like him.
His dad is Ron Paul.
Yeah, his dad was cool.
read about how Anthony Fauci knew completely in early January at the very beginning of COVID. Number one, that it was likely gain-of-function research that built this virus, that it was likely the Wuhan lab, and it was likely some U.S. tax dollars funneled through the NIH to the, EcoHealth Alliance that funded this. Didn't they know in January of 2020 when America was about and the world was about to be hit with the worst virus?
And again, I don't think we really started freaking out till like March 2020, but January 2020 was
That's
probably
when it first came to the States. Remember via Seattle, I think it hit an old person's home.
And Trump was trying to shut down travel from Asia, and then he got told a racist.
But Bubba, CNN, which is, really touts themselves as covering world news, was spending a lot of their coverage and a lot of their energy covering the impeachment hearings of
so they slipped
Trump.
The vid right in on us.
Right. So while that was happening, we were distracted, and including Trump being distracted by an impeachment for what I believe was a phone call to the Ukrainian president asking if there was any Biden shenanigans.
Burisma Holdings
the whole Burisma thing, and which turned out to be completely true.
Yeah, but
completely true. But he was impeached for that.
He said he would withhold funding to Ukraine unless he found something on Joe Biden. So.
Right, hold on here.
Pandemic since 1918.
It's gray.
Yeah, and we now have proof in Anthony Fauci's own words. We have his emails. So in public, he's saying, oh, if you say it came from the lab, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're crazy, it's a fringe theory. But in private, he's saying, in his almost exact words, he's saying, we're very concerned because the virus appears to be manipulated. And we're also very concerned because we know they're doing gain-of-function research in Wuhan. So everything he told me in committee, everything he denied in committee, he told me unequivocally, sir, we are not doing gain-of-function. We are not funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan. And yet, privately, he's saying exactly the opposite. We have him dead to rights. I've summarized this as well and referred him to Merrick Garland at the Department of Justice. People say, why hasn't he been arrested? Why isn't he in jail? Well, it's because we have the most partisan attorney general we may have ever had, and he's not doing his job. He's simply protecting him. But the book, I believe to me, it was an amazing saga because I became...
I think Rand Paul has a new book out. And,
he does,
and a lot of the book has to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jay's here.
Yeah, and Jay's here. Hello, Jay.
Just
hold on.
He's still not there.
I can't hear you. Morning. Nope.
Is a little light on?
What in my head or on JC? Yeah, I got the couch potted up.
Uh-oh.
Macho is probably running in here.
Macho will fix it.
Enraptured with the idea of the conversations that went on. January 31st of 2020.
Oh, Rand Paul's new book, Deception, the Great COVID Cover-Up.
Nice.
Dan, I bet you buy that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm interested in it.
They're all talking to each other, and they're all saying, it looks like it came out. They're saying it's 80-20, I'm 90-10, I'm nearly 100%. They're talking about burner phones. They're talking about hiding this. And then within 4 days, everything switches. We now have information that during this period of time that Fauci's meeting with the CIA, off the books. The CIA keeps a log of who visits. Somehow Fauci doesn't show up on the books when he visits. So ultimately, we're going to get to the truth here. And part of the truth is going to need subpoenas and phone records and a daily log of where Fauci was, when he was, because this is perhaps the biggest cover-up we've ever had in the history of our country. And 1 million Americans died, and we deserve to know what happened.
You have laid out what is now a mountain of evidence, and you put it all together. Did Anthony Fauci lie to Congress? And is that not illegal? And don't people go to jail for lying to Congress like that, sir?
Without question, it's a felony, punishable to 5 years in prison. And if you worked in the Trump administration, they'd put you in jail. If you worked in the Biden administration, they tend to look the other way. So this is one of the most concerning things I hear as I go across the country. People are worried that there's two sets of justice, one for Republicans, one for conservatives, and a completely different and lower standard for Democrats.
I mean, you can see that happening right in front of us.
Yeah.
I mean, there are two different standards, right?
Yep.
Did we get Jay's mic working?
No,
Mach is working on it aggressively.
Fine, let's take.
He's super set in solutions right now.
We'll take a break, and hopefully we'll have Jay with us.
Things don't change. I'm bound to be arrested.
Hey, don't overthink the process.
What are those idiots doing? Something idiotic.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
What's going on? That doesn't look bad for anything.
Mach, what happened?
Can we not mention where it is? It's too late.
What's that?
We already talked about it? Yeah.
Talked about what?
It was exciting.
It was exciting.
You showed it to him? I didn't show anything because you have the video and I don't have to it's not appropriate for me to show that video.
Well, it's appropriate to talk about it, but that's fine. I don't care. Hey, Bubba, you want to see it before I send it, or you want me to send it? Here, I'll send it to you.
No, send it to Lummy, so I can get it.
You want to watch it first time on the air?
Yeah, I don't want to watch it.
Okay.
I want to watch it organically. But get it to Lummy. I told.
I got it.
Now, how can? Let me ask you a question, Mach. How can just over the weekend, when nobody has sat anywhere?
I know.
Rats.
Well-
It's the rats, Bubba.
No, there ain't no rats.
You don't even remember what happened Friday night, so God only knows what the fuck
What do
you
you have, 199? I heard about his drug-induced Hasselhoff stupor.
Yeah.
They're like eating them.
Oh, you need these What's up, chat? Just
About to
good
get
night.
mine on your fucking face, man.
He's got me up.
What?
Don't act all fucking cute and shit.
I'm up.
What was wrong?
I moved to a different plug and the splitter is working, so I don't know why all of a sudden that.
Does he still come up with the same spot?
Him on Saturday night.
Yeah, the mixer here was dead.
Oh, the mixer was dead. Okay.
Don't fast too hard, fast too strong. Yeah, I'm trying to shape it up a little bit. Been a little lackadaisical on my fasting. We're dialing it in this week, motherfuckers. You heard? Release the raisins. No, these raisins are staying close to my chest. They're getting covered up. Good morning. Felix the cat. Bubba's my gal. Bin Salman. It's not uncommon for drugs that get FDA approval to then be recalled, right? Like that happens.
Recalled?
Right.
That can happen. Not much, but does happen. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just like, because people think FDA approval is the end all be all.
Oh,
many
for hell
times
no,
it
it's
gets
not.
recalled.
No.
No, I mean, but for the American people and the population.
Yeah, you're right. Most people think that is meaningful, but
And,
it
and big
depends on
pharma.
the efficacy of the FDA study.
Yeah.
It's one of Bobby Kennedy's things, is he's not an anti-vax guy. He just says, what is the explanation for the sudden increase in autism and autism-like diseases that happened about the same time in the spike in vaccines?
He's not attributing it to it. He never said it was the mumps, rubella, mumps, measles, and rubella.
It's not, it's hepatitis B vaccine.
He just said, what is it? And so no one's ever given an explanation, and the studies that they were based upon were less than reliable. Danny could poke the holes in all the studies. So
They didn't do any randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled studies.
Right. Remember when Vax came out?
On any vaccine.
That was Doubletree, that guy who was on Rumble.
Right.
And they basically had a CDC whistleblower come out and explain that the studies upon which those things were based were flawed scientifically. And so, yes, the FDA is blindly accepted as being the end-all be-all, and it's oftentimes
they're the
thinly-
gatekeepers between, of new pharmaceutical making $1 billion or not.
Right. So, like, a good example is vaccines. They have complete immunity from the federal government. Okay?
No pun intended.
No, exactly. The federal government's created a vaccine court. If there's no such thing as an adverse effect from a vaccine, why do you need a vaccine court? And so it's like their whole logic flies in the face of itself. And so I think that vaccine injuries for 25 years, Danny, has been an ill-researched area of medicine.
They don't want to know. They don't want to know.
Remember when Stephen and Gary were trying to get the data from
There's data.
Bondi?
They won't look at it.
They were trying to get the vaccinated population of Florida versus unvaccinated population of Florida, and what was the difference in the autism rate?
Look at that. Israel orders complete siege of Gaza.
We couldn't get any.
Right. They're gonna take over, dude. They're going to take over.
So here's the good news. It's ours now, bitch. Right?
Yep. They would just wipe them out. It's going. And you talk about genocide. They're going to completely wipe them out.
You got to be just a little. You got to be very careful on this one. You got to be very. I can't believe there's people. Did you see the squad coming out pro-Palestine yesterday? AOC. Supporting Palestine.
Or they just omit.
So
they
no,
just
she came out supporting it.
Oh, really?
She said basically this was a result of the way that we've handled them because of our blockades, and they have they haven't had any food or anything, and so this is what happens.
Why do we have
And she was calling for an immediate ceasefire. They haven't called for a ceasefire in Ukraine in a year and a half. But they're calling for a ceasefire day 2 with Israel.
I'm calling for a let it eat. That's what I'm calling for.
I think they should be able to determine how they want to handle it. Let them do it.
Yeah.
Like Bubba said,
let it fucking eat.
Like you said on it, Israel does not mess around.
They don't fuck around.
After World War II, do you know how much behind the scenes shit they did for 2 decades till the 60s and 70s, still tracking down Nazis?
Oh, I know.
They were tracking them all over. What was that one movie?
DJ Click, I think you're right. I don't think it's Stolen Land. They were there first.
Edelman?
Do you remember the movie where they had that?
Yeah, hold on.
Whole,
and they publicized it. Is it Edelman? Adolf Eichmann. And I think his trial was, I guess, in the 60s. That was publicized.
Bubba the Love Sponge. It is.
I'm here for the sponge.
Mate, it's all about mate. It's got to be Bubba. I laugh so hard. Bubba the Love Sponge. Ow!
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think we got Jay's stuff fixed. Jay, you there?
I think so.
There we go.
And I sent you his video. I uploaded it real quick to YouTube.
I think he was a little bit mad because Dan already told the story before. I think even Jay was up this morning.
I mean, I wasn't really mad. I just probably would have told it myself.
A story you were wanting to hold on to, and Blabbermouth had to blab it out.
Hold on, Jay. Can I just? And I know you're gonna say I'm sticking up for Dan.
Of course. Damn right you are, Lummy McMahon. Go ahead.
I love Lummy. Dr. Dan did put you over. How impressive
no, he
of
didn't.
a
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
That's fine.
How impressive of a driver you are that I think you said Rob Elder
was a neophyte. I remember that word.
They couldn't have done what you did, but how
he did say
experienced
that.
and good you are.
He did say that.
You know what happened? Afterwards, Bubba, the pros who are, it's like a golf club. This is like, you have a golf pro when you have a golf club. This is like they have pros here. One guy was a Ferrari Challenge guy. Another guy was a drift guy doing World Rally Championships. We got some really, really good driving pros at this track. Okay. And afterwards, they came up to me and said exactly what Danny said. They said, "I'm so glad it was you, Jay, because you had the situational awareness to see what was going on behind you." And you'll see, Bubba, I'm about to turn in, and I see it, and I stop, and the guy comes ripping by me. I don't know if you have volume or not, but the volume makes a difference.
There we go, yeah.
So I'm going about 152 before I hit the brakes.
Well, but
that answers the question.
But I can also, and I would like to put my 2 cents in. Lummy, thank you very much for trying to stick up for Dan. He's my boyfriend. I have to sometimes hold him. Okay, it's tough love for me. It's tough love.
Oh, that was weird. That was
They just rubbed each other.
It's tough love when I got to set Danny straight. Danny,
really
I stuck up for you, Jay. I said you were better at him in 3 things in life: lawyering, surfboarding, and race car driving. And then he fought me on that. It's like, I'm as good as he is now. And I just maybe even a tad better. I'm like,
I said I'll give the best I'll give you is equal on race cars.
I'll take that.
Okay. Well, I was Jay. I was trying to put you over, you little bitch.
Well, here's the thing.
No, I'm done with you, Jay. I was really trying to put you over, man, and really put him in his place. You know, I think it started out with you've all your life had your boot on Jay's neck because he's the youngest, and it's tough for you to admit that he's better than you at something.
True.
But you will admit that he's a better lawyer.
Absolutely.
He's a better surfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And borderline better at race car driving. That's the only 3 things he's better in life at you. Other than that, you will not succumb.
Mountain biking.
And, is he better mountain biker than you, Danny?
He's a better mountain biker than me.
Okay, that's 4.
Yeah.
Now
That's 3. It's only 3.
The other one's
saying racing's a push. Racing's a push.
I don't say it's a push.
Okay.
Who has a better core?
Me.
Who has better core? I think Jay's got better core.
Define it, and I'll beat it.
Who could do the most pull-ups?
Me.
Who could do?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, see.
Well, this would be easy to find out the answer to.
What?
Just have a pull-up off.
That's true. I think Jay wins that because he's lighter.
0 chance.
I think we're literally within 1 or 2 pull-ups. I mean, Dan, we're pretty physical about that. Pretty similar physically about that. So
I'll do it.
He's looking around for a pull-up.
So, Bubba, look at the inside. So this is
looking
that.
around for a set of monkey bars right now. He's looking for a set of monkey bars right now. He's going to end up on my car lift in the back with a broomstick across the side. And him and
no one said take their shirt off either, Jerome. I'll take my shirt off and do pull-ups right now.
He is so quick to take his shirt off. You don't understand.
No one said that.
Like Will Ferrell.
Here we go. Here's Jay at the rich person auto enclave.
So you know the car I come out here with? That's this one. It's like a race car. It's that GT2 RS.
All right, so it's one in the parking lot?
It's the one that you see here all the time. So I'm wide open, back straight.
Wide open, feeling good.
Yeah, and you don't hit the brakes at about 400. You sit on the left-hand side. It goes 600, 500, 400. Hit the brakes. I do a little turn and I watch my left. And listen, I'll be quiet.
What?
Look. And then look at my Italian hands. Look at me, my Italian hands. I'm like, hey, what's the matter for you?
Hey, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter for you?
Watch this. So now, do you see him?
As I'm turning, he had been up. I have slicks on my car, and he's on street tires. And so at Sebring, it takes me a full lap, which is 3.7 miles to get my tires warm, maybe more. This is a little track, 1.6. So I need two laps, full laps to get my tires.
Right.
So I'm giving him point buys on the inside of the track.
That poor guy had to drive that thing home.
So I see the guy behind me, and I never imagined he was going to try to dip in late. So I was looking as I was turning. And so Danny, like Danny said, I did not expect him to do this, but this is where someone would take me.
I want to watch this again. So hold on, you're like,
look, you see my hands there. Go back about
a
millisecond.
Not only that, but you can watch your head.
Yeah.
Watch your head too.
Because I'm just dipping. I don't expect to do anything. And you see me look in my rearview mirror.
Right there.
Yeah, he went back to the right because he saw the guy.
Yep. Hold on. Ready? Boom. Now he just glanced. And he sees a guy coming like Cannonball Run on the low side, knowing that there's no way he can get that thing to stick. So he backs it down, takes it wide, lets the guy sort it out, and then gives it, what's the matter, you? Here we go. Look at this guy. Oh,
do you hear it?
Yeah.
He didn't drive that home.
No. He didn't drive that home. That car's a Stingray Chevy right now, getting totally
Terry
totaled.
Looked at it, said he thinks it's total.
See, no.
See that though, Bob? I love it. Do you see that?
I love the fact. Watch his steering wheel. Watch him dip it. Watch him re-dip it right.
Yep.
So watch this. Ready? Boom. Coming in. Takes this one like you're supposed to. Looks right there.
Backs
sees
off.
the guy. Starts to turn left. Now watch him go back right.
I already did the right.
And then stays on track.
Where is he turning into the right of it?
So you'll see right now.
So the guy's coming in hot.
Okay, so you'll see.
Right here.
Now, I start turning left. Were you all right?
Right here.
Start turning
to turn
left.
left.
And
Oh,
watch. Boom,
yeah,
right there.
yeah.
That little right thing.
Did you see that? Like the little shift to the
Yes, I stopped. I would
totally.
have gone a full turn in. He would have T-boned me. Afterwards, Bubba, he actually, to this guy's credit, he said, my brakes failed. I'm so glad you didn't turn in. All I could think about was T-boning you. And that's what everyone in the every pro there said, oh my God, we thought you were going to get T-boned.
He would have hit you about right. Hold on here.
And he was going about 90 miles an hour.
Right there. Right there.
Right there.
If you had turned on the apex like you would normal under race, not a guy on your ass coming in hot conditions, you would have been
right there.
In the car at its most vulnerable, weight on the right rear,
Right, with my body facing the part that's going to get hit.
And the guy would have right
ram me right in the side of my door.
Either your door or your left front fender. One of the two, probably your door.
So that car is literally in front of Jay now, and he's still like completing that turn, trying to get past where the car already was.
He's parallel with Jay about right. He's parallel.
My garage is there on the right, by the way. Boink, right there.
Yeah, I think he's parallel with Jay right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think he's right
before I take my hit.
Right.
Right before I take that little right hit.
Right. He right now is.
I've already
if
seen
not
him. I've already
parallel,
adjusted.
he might even be past you, right? Yep.
I've already seen him. Already adjusted at that point.
Now what's this big facility up here? What's that?
It's going to be their convention center.
They have a 1,200 person convention center that they're going to do.
Like you could get marriages and
corporate events, marriages, bar mitzvahs, whatever, everything.
Now at that point, man, I see the red flag. Now, I
right
see
there.
it.
That's the start finish one. That's where we come out. We pit out. Wow. So I went right to the pros and said, I got it all on video if you guys want to see it. Here, the car's wide open.
Still wide open.
Still wide open.
Start braking about right now.
Now. Let off a little bit.
This that little
trail
turn.
brake there.
Okay, now don't get killed here.
Right.
Boom!
Jay just made the turn because he had to back off and take it wide. He just made the turn without going onto the grass himself.
I had to still go left there. I either had to do that or completely back out and go out to pit row, which is on the right. I could have done that too.
I love that. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Oh, this is going to get Dan going right here. I just get stories to get Dan riled up, and I let him just freak out and piss everybody off and polarize everybody, and then just kind of sit back. Now I know how Daddy Joe feels. He would just watch Dan just go crazy. Did Daddy Joe ever have to back you down, Dan?
Oh yeah.
Did he really? How would Joe? Dan?
Sometimes he'd look at us at family events and he would just be like, he'd give us that look like, you guys sound like 8, 10, and 12-year-old. You know what I mean? Really, boys? Stop.
Well, now
like a dad would give you when you were 10.
Would Arlene have to come in and back him down, or would
no? That never happened ever in my presence. Never.
Ever.
In my presence. Never. No.
Parents in Maine speaking out about a 16-year-old transgender student who is now dominating the competition in high school track.
This will get me off as much as
I
Dan.
just don't understand why we're still having this conversation.
It's a distraction.
Is it?
I think so.
I don't think it is a distraction. I think it's just the where we are as a society, and it's just like we won't put some various states are afraid to say no to the people that want to do this.
Well, even the Supreme Court justice that was most recently placed, the African American woman, was unwilling to give a legal definition of a woman, not a scientific definition of a woman, a legal definition of a woman.
Which was
so when a Supreme Court justice can't tell you who a woman is.
It's Angie Brown Jackson.
Angie Brown Jackson.
I'm sorry, Miss Angie Brown Jackson.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, not Angie.
I am for real.
Sorry, Ketanji Brown Jackson. You got to know that as a lawyer. There you go, Bubba.
Last year, the runner was ranked at number 172 in the boys division, but now sits at 4th place in the girls division after racking up several victories. Catherine,
what a punk that he can't even beat those last 3 girls.
Yeah, you know what? That's the story.
Well, actually, the other 3 are also trans athletes.
Oh, are they?
No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
But I will tell you this, man. I will tell you this. If my daughter happens to be 1, 2, or 3, I am going to be over the top. Like I'm going to be that. I'm going to be that guy.
But if your daughter's number 5, how you
I'm
feeling?
going to be that guy too.
So-
There's both sides of the spectrum.
That's
here.
where this one hits me, because what Danny says is absolutely right, because Ketanji Brown Jackson was our first African-American female, but she could not define what is a female? What's
Yeah,
a woman?
well, and why
well,
wouldn't
you are
she?
here as a
Why
historic
wouldn't she?
figure.
Why wouldn't she?
And that was like a little precursor for what we were going to be in for. That was about 3 years ago, and when that first came out, I'm like, oh, God, no. The legal definition of woman is now up for debate. It's ridiculous.
Mother in Maine, and both her son and daughter run high school track, and she joins me now.
In the same division.
Catherine, good morning to you. You know, this hits close to home for you because your children are very involved in this world of track in the state of Maine. So what's your reaction to this situation?
Now Maine's all woke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Maine's been woke for a while. Yeah.
Super blue.
Maine's woke?
Yeah.
Right next to Canada, dude. It's rubbing off on them.
Fairness. The men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. And
You can't say that.
A recent.
Well, Catherine can, because she's a Maine mom, and she's right up. Yeah, whatever her name is, she can. Miss Collins can.
With her boy haircut.
I think she's a good mom, and she's probably
There's
pretty
no
pissed
doubt.
off right now.
She just got to a mom cut in the old days.
Statement that was put out by the American College of Sports Medicine says that this is a primary difference in performance between men and women. Men.
Our bodies are sports. Keep women's sports female.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Our bodies. I'm sorry. Ourbodysports.com.
Hate speech.
Their hearts are bigger, their lungs are bigger, their muscles, their legs have much more muscle mass
Their penises
than
are bigger.
women. And once
Dan.
Well,
They are.
Dan. The people they're
women
running.
can have penises too, Dan.
The people they're competing with, Dan, don't have penises.
Well, it makes
Yes, they
it
do.
bigger.
No, they don't.
The trans ones do.
No, I mean, I don't think that's
the case.
What I'm
Very
no
rarely
what
have
I'm
they
what I'm
gone
thinking
through-
is I don't know how many other trans people are in these events.
Leah Thomas had a penis.
And so their
big
penis,
one.
you're saying their penises are bigger.
Big
their
hog.
penises aren't bigger than the people they're competing against because the people they're competing against are girls.
Bingo.
And they don't have penises.
Bingo.
So I hope, although I'm not very well hung, I would hope that I'm more well hung than most women.
I think you're better hung than most women.
I hope so.
I'm sure your penis is bigger than mine.
That's going to be a start. You know, if I'm ever single again and I'm at a bar, I'm going to at least use that. I say, you know what? I'm not very well hung, but I'm bigger than most women. And then the girl will think that I'm funny, and then I'm going to get some ass later that night.
Probably 2006, 1999 Super Chat.
a boy starts going through puberty and that.
So listen, hot chick here at Union Bar. Hi, I'm Bubba, and I'm not very well hung, but I'm larger than most women.
You can exclude Leah Thomas from
hormones
that
start
one.
kicking in, then they become this muscular machine. And
she's right on that. Just
100%.
Genetically, man. You know, like Dan. How old are the boys that we coach at for flag football?
They're like 11, 12.
Okay, so and they're really. I mean, just in the year that I've been around, like Danny, your son. And just that 1 year, you can see that he's starting to kind of come around athletically.
There's no doubt. But
And you also see the peach fuzz on his lip.
Yeah, I wasn't looking.
Well, he looks
I wouldn't
like
look at that
Chico
close
and
to
the
him.
Man. It's time to shave that damn.
But I will tell you, man, I could just his and he just the reason I'm using your son as a reference point is because he's your son. And I'm talking about like our quarterback Matthew. You can see
so much stronger and bigger than he was a year ago.
Just in that 1 year.
Yep. Look at the difference though between them and Trey. It's light years. Trey has so much testosterone going through his veins. If we siphoned it off and shot it up, it'd be like steroids.
We should.
A 16-year-old boy has developed
Trey,
so much.
Trey, don't go spend the weekend with Jimmy Cleavis
We're
because he'll
bloodletting him right
Johnny.
now. He's at home bloodletting right now.
Fish on J30 on the cash app.
Oh man, thank you, Fish on the J.
Brian 25 on the Venmo.
Thank you so
Puberty
much.
makes a big difference.
And so you see girls that are that Danny's age and stuff and like Danny is so, and I'm just using him because he's Dan's son and I can we both are familiar with what he looks like, but like he's really made some huge advancements physically in just this year and
coordination.
And two, like, can you imagine if our 10 and 11-year-olds were going against girls? We would kill them. We would absolutely kill them. And that's on the 10 and 11-year-old side of things. Now, accelerate that to the 15, 16, 17, and that's when boys are, right now our 10 and 11-year-olds are just starting the process. But when you're 15, 16, 17, you are in full-blown testosterone.
Oh, my God.
Look
at the sports at Jesuit and put any of those athletes against the best collegiate athlete in that sport, and the high school boy is going to beat them.
Probably.
Soccer, baseball,
Girls,
softball,
when they
volleyball, any of it.
Both start going through puberty, they start accumulating fat stores, and they tend to get slower rather than. So the boys, it's about a 10 to 20% difference just based on gender in performance.
I mean, I don't even know why we're having these conversations and why states, because I think it's on the state level that they have to make the ruling as to whether boys can participate in women's, put some lipstick on and a wig and decide to run track. All of us.
And it's a shame because women have been fighting for over 50 years successfully for equal grounds
to have their own sport
and have their own sports.
Yes.
And have this fairness and to promote the rights of women and for women to let transgender athletes compete on an equal footing with them is beyond me.
But she's now.
Women,
but this is
the same women.
They're speaking out now. That's the point of this story is finally we have women. You finally have Riley Gaines. You finally have some of the people. If it's just you, me, and Bubba bitching about it, it's just three white guys who are bitching about transgender stuff. It seems like it's just like it's. Well, of course, that's what they would call it. I don't consider myself white either if you look at me. But
the problem
is until you get females to advocate
I don't want
for
to be
themselves,
white, but I am.
It's never going to work. And now we see it finally. They're finally advocating for themselves. They should.
But Billie Jean King came out against this years ago, and they tried to cancel her.
But she's coming back out.
But as soon as the problem is that they're such bullies. These people are such bullies that if you say anything contrary to their narrative, and be it immigration, transgender athletes, Ukraine, or whatever it is that their cause du jour. If you come out against the liberal cause du jour, then you are canceled. You're misinformation. You're a conspiracist.
Right.
You're a fascist.
I understand
you're
that.
You're a racist.
But this woman came out.
I sent you two links. One, the Prime Minister of UK kind of laid it out too. And when UK says it,
he sure did.
He says boys are boys, girls are girls. It's not that hard. And then also the World Swimming.
Boys are boys, girls are girls. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
That's
and
what he
then
said.
the Swimming World Cup that it was in Berlin. They did a trans category. And no one signed up.
Oh yeah, because trans people, for the most part, don't want to compete against people that are equal to you. They want to keep. They want to be far superior, and they want to.
Well, are there any athletes Are there any athletes that go female to male and then want to compete against the boys?
And do they win?
No.
To go from like the number
I think the UK
400th
one,
female in your division to the number one male? No.
It's just an article.
Listen.
It's bullies. They're bullies.
Listen, there's only one. There's one expert we actually have an expert in the world about this. There's one person in the world that's competed as a man and is now living their life as a woman.
Yep.
And that person was on the highest level of was at one time recognized as the greatest athlete overall, well-rounded athlete in the world.
In the world.
And that person says, that person who's now living her life as a female.
Well, fully committed. He's no longer got a penis.
Oh,
he's fully committed.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
JJ?
Yes.
All right, good. I mean, I'm just saying that even validates it even more.
It sure does.
She really meant it.
And Caitlyn Jenner has very much publicly said that this is absolutely the biggest farce going, and that boys that try to be girls in athletic competitions, it is absolutely a smack in the face to real women out there, because men have just an unbelievable advantage. Now, some people and some experts at this really haven't played any sport at any level, let alone the highest level in the world. Like this.
Well, and they're also not relying on any medical literature when there's no studies on any of the long-term effects of these, gender, what they're not disaffirming drugs and and affecting children during puberty. They've never done it before. All of this is new. Double mastectomies for children who are prepubescent. I mean, this is it's
a new
literally.
phenomenon.
And again, when Caitlyn Jenner talks about this, Caitlyn Jenner probably is the leading expert in the world because Caitlyn Jenner has been the greatest male athlete in the world and knows the absolute advantage that how much more physically stronger a man, or a boy, or just a male is far superior for the most part athletically than a female.
But no one will listen to her now because she voted for Trump.
Right, and now that bitch could kick any woman's ass.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah,
she said that.
If you go to a bar,
Caitlyn
man,
said that.
bring Caitlyn with you.
No, she said golfing. I could beat anyone.
Yeah,
at golfing.
For parents to know what their children are being taught in school about relationships.
Get a Rishi.
Yep.
Patients should know when hospitals are talking about men or women. And we shouldn't get bullied. And we shouldn't get bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be. They can't. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's just common sense.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean it shouldn't even be like we shouldn't even have discussions about it. It's common sense.
Yeah, and sadly, sports like track and swimming are like best case scenario because then when they start dipping into MMA or wrestling or something like that, then I know they already have. Then it gets dangerous. Then it's not just unfair; it's actually dangerous.
If you're a sanctioning body and you're in some kind of sport like that, you got to say no.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to say, listen, just because of the physicality. We're not playing table tennis or anything that's this can kill you. Boxing and MMA, that can there have been people that have, and when you're
Fallon Fox,
when you're far superior in strength, there's a reason why men have weight classes. It's the same as that. That would be the same as a 105 high schooler going against the 185 guy.
Just 135. The 135 is going to kill the 105. Just 30 pounds makes a difference.
No,
Bubba.
I know, but I'm just saying, even more wide open. Put the 85. Put the heavyweight guy to go against the 98 pounder.
Yeah,
you will just smother him like a bear. Just because you're far superior in physicality.
And you know what Caitlyn Jenner was saying, Bubba, is exactly what that woman was saying. It's just they have bigger hands, they have bigger lungs, they have longer arms, they have more muscles. And
higher VO2 max.
As men go through puberty, we get leaner. As women go through puberty, they get more fat content. Because it's the boobs and it's the hips and it's the rear end and it's
all
like women go through a different puberty.
Woo! Boobs, hips, and rear ends. Mm-hmm. Should be a new country song. Now, Anna, what is this?
This is a transgender MMA fighter. I don't even know why that woman got in the ring with her in the octagon with her. So that was silly on her part.
So which one's
the bigger one is Fallon Fox, I believe.
All right, so
which one's the bigger one?
No, is there are these two girls or is this a boy and a girl? What is this?
I think
the one on the left has a ponytail, but also has a penis.
Yeah, I think. Right. Well, I don't know if she has. Whatever.
From what I understand.
No penis. She's this person's transgender.
So the person on the left. Hold on here.
The tall
went through life as an adult.
All right.
Male.
So here we go. So the one on the left is the one that was born male and is entering into the female competition.
Yeah.
This is 25 seconds into the fight. 30
and I got to
seconds
be honest with you, so the girl who has the human being that has their back to us, it was born a woman.
Correct.
And the human being that's facing the camera with her back against kind of the blue backing, it was born a man.
Correct.
Okay. I got to tell you though, the woman looks pretty jacked up.
She is.
The pit bull girl.
Yeah.
Like she's like, I mean, like
I don't want to fight her.
Like she actually might be. I mean, looks stronger than the dude.
Yeah.
I would not want to fight any professional MMA woman.
These girls are getting right into
These
it.
girls, please.
Fox to the knees, and that's it. Fallon Fox.
I mean, I guess you could win a fight.
Do you
no matter
feel?
what,
I mean, do you feel good about yourself because you couldn't do this anyway?
One knee.
Beat up a girl.
Fox to the knees, and that's it. Fallon Fox.
I mean, she was like breaking occipital lobes and stuff, like just fracturing people's skulls.
It's like that cross country person that was the 172nd. Now they're the third. Like, how do they feel better about themselves?
They got
I
the
wish I could have
really
played against
girls.
girls, man.
Oh, I know.
I wish I could have played
Yeah,
against
right,
girls. I would
Bubba.
put some lipstick on.
big.
My
Bubba
boobs
be
are.
in the
I was
WNBA.
always self-conscious of my boobs anyway, so
Yeah.
I just might as well prop those things right on
Put a
up.
sports bra on.
This
Hell
entered
yeah.
the tech field.
I would have been. I'm trying to think what sports girls. Basketball.
WNBA?
No, I mean
Wrestling.
Oh, I would have been.
Could you
I would
imagine?
have been the Indiana State champion for girl
What chick
185.
is going to be 260 as a high school senior?
Well, hold on now. As a high school,
weightlifter.
as a high school senior, I was only 235.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like there's so many girls that are
It's
235.
heavyweight. I'd be the heavyweight.
Fella the bulldozer Clem.
Bulldozer Clem.
Yeah, women weightlifter.
And Lummy,
Volleyball.
even though I'm kind of like I'm only 5'10", I can hoop pretty
You
good. I'd
can.
be a good little forward for.
You could be a libero.
I mean, I'd be Charles Barkley. Lummy.
Sure would be nasty in the paint off a
Throw
pick and roll.
throw that ball down to me on the paint. I'll pick and roll the hell out of everybody.
yeah.
Nobody's taking a charge for me, bitch.
You'd be the best ever.
Hell yeah.
Hall of Famer.
No, I don't think I'd be that good at. I think I wouldn't be that good at girls volleyball. I don't think I got any hops on
you could
that.
be a libero.
I could
where you
be,
just dive for the ball.
No,
That's not your thing, though.
No, I wouldn't dominate in volleyball. I probably
Roller
wouldn't-
derby?
I wouldn't dominate.
Roller derby.
Get Bubba on wheels.
Softball, Bubba.
God.
Field
Softball.
hockey.
You'd be the best
Now,
blocker.
softball-
Mass in
Softball.
motion.
I was a pretty good little third baseman as a boy.
See?
As I would have been. I would have been like Bubba Ronce over there on the hot corner, Lummy, as a girl. And then if girls football on me, I would have been the greatest fullback of all time.
Of
Just
course.
plowing over chicks. Like,
Nice.
like
Mike Allstott.
Yeah, like Bubba Allstott, just blowing
it.
through bitches.
And
Just,
the lingerie football league.
Hell yeah.
No, why do you got to put me in the lingerie?
He's in a
That's why-
T-back.
That's the only women's one that I know of.
Or the bustier.
Finally, Planned Parenthood is helping teenagers transition after only a 30-minute consult. Parents and doctors are sounding the alarm. So you can go and just talk to the Planned Parenthood for 30 minutes, tell them why you want to be a girl, and they'll start. The abortion provider is wading into transgender care, doling out prescriptions for estrogen and testosterone, including to special needs kids.
Yep. So in my opinion, this is tantamount to to medical malpractice. And I saw someone on the news last week, the first time I've seen it, and it was a family where, without the parental consent, they were helping a child transition, and they were suing the doctors for medical malpractice. Because that is medical malpractice, in my opinion.
Oh, in my opinion, it is too.
And that's what I think. This angle, that may change things.
Well, some of these places have been sued successfully, and I think it's going to change things. And, Jay's pointed this out to me many times in the past.
How much of an a-hole you are?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to bring that in.
The lawyers, most things are here because of a lawyer. Like seatbelts are because of a lawyer. The little bars in Lummy's baby crib are closer together because of a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And
two things, Danny, if I could. If I could add one caveat, even though I'm not a lawyer, I know I slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I'm a roadside lawyer. I know a little bit. But the other thing, Dan, to add to that is case law.
Case law.
Lawyers and case law is what completely forms and frames everything. Right?
Right.
I mean, Jay, how many times have you ever gone to trial and never recited no less than 15 or 20 pieces of case law?
I have to always.
Right, you have to. The law is built upon the law.
Well, because the law is written and then it's applied. And
Right.
the case law is the application of the written law.
Exactly.
But what Danny's point is like, every baby carriage, every safety thing that you see, every warning sign, every label before you get on to a ride about pregnant women or about a neck
Caution
brain
hot coffee.
or about anything. Yeah, caution. I mean, that's all because someone
lawyers.
was hurt and a lawyer sued somebody and changed the policies.
Right.
All of it. Every
now-
one of those changes.
So now you're having these entities facilitate transgender therapy at an early age without parental consent.
There's the kicker.
And it's the whole without parental consent.
I would say,
and for me, without enough medical literature to support the treatment that you're recommending, that would be like recommending something that doesn't work for something, or something that wasn't proven for something, and not having an off-label
mean, like
use
the
of it.
vaccine?
Something as violent as a vaccine is only tested on 8 mice.
Right. It's really appalling that these doctors will actually do the physical surgeries and the hormone therapy.
Well, don't they use the statistics that, like, if they don't do this, then
They're gonna kill
there's like a 1 in 2 chance
You
they're
know
going to
why?
kill themselves.
They're all mentally ill to begin with.
Oh,
It's-
I get that, Jay, but
Well,
those are the
yes.
statistics that they
You're
use.
right. And then, what the statistic they never use is the one Danny recites, which is the percentage of children after they've transitioned at 18 that want to transition back. Was it 80%, Dan? 70%?
80% regret transitioning and change their minds. 80% by the time they're 18 change their minds. And there is a disproportionate amount of suicide both amongst people that want to be transgender and amongst people that already are transgender.
After like 7 years after they transition.
The transition reduces the rate. They lump all the transgender people together and say this is the suicide rate on transgender people. So if you don't transgender, they're going to be suicidal. But even if they do transgender, the suicide rate is still skyrocketed compared to the regular population.
Well,
So-
good friend of mine has a gooch from Columbus, Indiana, and his son, I think Sawyer, is like maybe 14, 15, like maybe kind of maybe a little less than Trey, but in that older than Danny and I think less than Trey. And when I went to Columbus, we had breakfast with him and with Gooch and Sawyer and me and Sumo in the Merch Creek, and I was asking Sawyer about this, and he's like, we don't have. I think maybe there's 1 or 2 people in the entire high school that's doing this sort of thing, and he's like, most of us think that it's just for attention on social media. Like they feel as if they'll be way more popular if they are doing this kind of living this life or trying to say they're transitioning because they're trying to get some social media cred, and they really don't really believe in it at all. But it's just whether they're not popular or something like that.
Or their parents are ecstatic when they hear that their child might be transgendered. So they're
ecstatic?
The parents are, especially if they're like super blue. So they celebrate the kids. They give them all this extra attention that they didn't get before, and they're afraid to say,
That's right.
maybe I'm not a boy.
Well,
I
and
blame
it's
the
also
gender reveal
environmental.
parties.
Well, it's also environmental. Look, Bill Maher said it. If it wasn't, how come there's more in L.A. than there is in Iowa?
Yeah.
Because it's celebrated by the community.
Megan Fox has 3 kids. All 3 kids are transgender.
She's so hot.
She's so lucky.
But she loses a little bit of hotness when you see her.
I don't think so, Jay. I still want to blast her.
She disgusts me. I mean, like, I can't get somebody that snowflake woke. I can't even hang with that person.
Nope.
I mean, we have nothing in common.
But you can't blast
give
her.
her an orgasm.
No.
She can't squirt. Didn't take that away.
How do you know that?
I don't know.
We don't know that. She's probably too uptight to that. In order to do that, you really got to.
That's true.
Danny's got to go, and we'll get to this next story when we get back. Tulsa woman who allowed a grown man to have a baby with her daughter finally receives his
This is disturbing.
Very disturbing. We'll do that next.
He got full hot on that deal.
But I'll whoop your ass just like your daddy.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Bye, Danny.
See you guys.
Melissa Carpenter, $100. Venmo. Come back with it.
I'm just making sure that
I don't have to go anywhere. I was able to do it last break. Thank you.
germ hot spots, Bubba, between the toes.
What?
Your toes are nasty.
Whose?
Yours.
Mine are not. Bitch, come here right now. You look at my fucking my feet are as clean and as pristine as anybody here.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just reading that.
Fucking bitch. Question fucking Bubba's toes. Bitch. And Nelly. I was looking at it. Morning gummed up in Peterborough. Oh, we got 5 up. What's up, demo boy? Yeah, Joe. All the time.
Structure, good morning. Zip 22X.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Looking forward to next weekend?
It's this weekend.
That's what I mean. You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
That should be a fun trip. I mean, Vegas is going off right now again.
Yeah.
Are you going to try to see that big dome thing?
No. Fuck.
No?
No.
I think you'll be able to see it from the outside no matter what.
Yeah.
I think.
No, it's. I've seen video. Like I've been in Vegas.
I may drive by it.
You can see it if you're anywhere near the strip.
Right.
But that thing's probably so slammed.
I think I would get like nauseous and sick if I was inside it. Personally.
Yeah.
I don't like IMAX. It's almost too much for me. Which is weird. I could drive a car, but I can't I don't like to ride in one.
Yeah.
Morning, everybody. Group of Lips.
Going to.
Donald Trizon.
I'm going to Tally Saturday.
Are you?
We're sleeping.
I was supposed to go this weekend, and I may go to the Miami game.
That's in a couple weeks, right?
Yep.
We're trying to figure out because it's changed so much since
The
the last
Holyoke
time
Joe.
It's been up there.
I know it's
Where to park, because I know they built that whole little area.
When I was there, I didn't know where to park, and so I called my old buddy Kirk Carruthers, and he's got a nephew living in my old apartment complex. So I literally parked in Indian Village like I did when I was in college. Yeah, well, it's right there.
I know.
I mean, you
I
can
was
walk
gonna say, I was gonna
outside,
say, yeah.
and it used to be no parking. You couldn't find anywhere to park. I parked right in front of his house.
Hey!
Walk right by, check there still.
Why?
My buddy has a townhouse right down the street from
Yeah.
Berkeley. You know, like that side street that shoots back.
See if you can let
I
him.
used to park people there, but I wasn't sure that it still was.
Maybe if you saw the buddy doing it, it would still work through. I couldn't believe it because I was telling my son I was driving in. I'm like, I don't know how to park. I was like, I don't know. I've been there 15 years.
We were talking about going to the bookstore.
It's there. Bill's bookstore. I took him right there with Kitty.
Yeah, Bill's book.
It's a long walk.
It's a mile.
It's a long
That's why
ass
we were
walk.
thinking about because I know they built a lot of parking garage. We don't want to park in a parking garage.
I would try to go to one of those residences right around there. Yeah, opposite side of the stadium.
We just walk through the tunnel.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not like a huge.
What's up, Bama boy?
It's 12 o'clock game, so it shouldn't be too crazy.
I don't really like this kind of stores, Donald Trizon. What up, Unity 17? Thank you, Gold Egg Layer. I did not. Did I eat anything good yesterday? Goody goody. At the end of the day.
You went to Goody Goody?
Yep, I picked it up with my daughter. She wanted something.
What'd you get there?
She gets no, I get the hamburgers, the pox, and so does Trey. She gets the chocolate chip pancake. She loves it. So have you ever had
For
it?
dinner?
Yeah, we do breakfast for dinner sometimes at our house. Kids love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got for a beachy last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was going to too.
We had some gift cards and we were in the area. So.
What's up, Jason Hefner?
Pizza, margarita.
It was a it's good pizza too. Cadillac ZR1 is what it was. Jason Hefner.
Did he not know the course?
No, he says he was level 3 driver. He knew the course too. I think the way he described it was he tried to hit the brakes and his foot went to the floor. And what I think is, I think he over-braked it. You know what I mean? I think he waited too far. He thought he was going to go past me because he was, having a vet guy moment. And like I said, I'd already tried to give him a point by a couple times.
I'm out in the car listening to Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh.
Love you guys.
Gotta be Bubba. Wondering who he's gonna yell at next.
Yeah.
People from all facets of life can relate to this show, and that's why I like it.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Go to our YouTube channel and subscribe if you could. It's youtube.com, and I think
searched the Bubba Army. Let me this last 5,000's heavy lifting as we approach 100,000.
Melissa Carpenter, $100 Venmo.
Thank you, Melissa Carpenter. Always dropping hundos. Let me check the PayPal deal here real fast to see if I was been sleeping on that a little bit here. Today's after show will be just Bob Cook 50 early on. Today's after show will be what we do as our podcast exclusive. I think you can visually watch it on locals, but for the most part, Lummy, the only way to get that show is to go into our podcast world. Wherever you get your podcasting, iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, iTunes, Apple. Just type in the Bubba Army, and I'll have it up to you by noon today. Thanks. This was the story that I was talking about a little bit earlier, and a mother. Well, there's no moms in here. We're all dads.
Yeah.
Just right now, we have 3 dads in here: me, Jay, and Lummy,
and Rat.
And Rat's a dad of a wiener dog, which counts as being a dad.
Yep.
And he's already got that wiener, and that wiener dog is so damn spoiled, and that wiener dog thinks it runs the show around here, and that wiener dog. Completely runs over Rat. Like the wiener dog runs the show. If the wiener dog could drive, it would drive Rat home. I'm just telling you, the wiener dog makes all decisions as the wiener dog. So we do that. But a mother's bond with a kid is far different than a father's, and it's probably in some cases stronger because. The mother carried that child. That child was actually inside mom, and just even me as an adult male will say that I think I potentially have a stronger bond with my mother than I do my father. Just because that person's nothing's greater than your mom. Like your mom is single-handedly in most people's life. Like the number on the pole position, like it's your mom.
Well, the baby is. Obviously the mother birthed the child, but also is the infant is dependent on the mother's body for sustenance,
right? And so
it's year of life.
It's really, really rare for a mom to do something this egregious. You could certainly see a dad pimping out his daughter before you could see a mom. Right? We're laughing about it, but usually the mom is just I don't know.
There are fewer female serial killers. There are fewer female sexual offender women. They're definitely fewer. The maternal instinct is very, very strong, and we were saying with my wife, I could barely get her out of town to get her away from my kids that are 16 and 11. So yeah, man, it's a different relationship.
It's a full different relationship.
Completely. And I'm very tight with my children, but it's different.
It's different.
It's not mom.
It's different. It's more of a protective mama bear type mentality.
And they have a bond that's just different.
Very much. And so this makes this bitch even more of a monster.
It's pretty crazy.
It is absolute. This bitch is a monster.
Covering news that matters. Fox 23
Tulsa.
News at 6 starts right now.
Pretty high dollar graphics for Tulsa, I think.
Tulsa woman is headed to prison for allowing a grown man to have a baby with her 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
At least she threw her a baby shower.
My daughter's gonna be 12.
Let me play this again.
Low pay on the talent.
Let me play this again for you. And boy, the woman on the right, pretty nice.
Right
woman
now.
on the left ran
Tulsa
track.
woman is headed to prison for allowing a grown man to have a baby with her 12-year-old daughter. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Sarah Whaley.
And I'm Shay Rozzi. We first brought...
Hi, Shay Rozzi.
Got a nice voice.
She does.
She got better makeup artist for Shay than for Sarah.
However,
look at the difference in their makeup. You know what I'm saying?
Used to be Steve, so.
I was going to say. I was about to say.
Quiet.
Shane.
They don't do that in Tulsa.
I'm so
Stand by.
sorry.
Here we go.
And I'm Sarah Whaley.
And I'm Shay Rozzi. We first brought you this disturbing story 2 years ago when that 12-year-old showed up at a Tulsa hospital ready to give birth.
Yeah, not just pregnant, not just, a few weeks, ready to have the baby.
In labor.
So that means I'm assuming potentially the conception could have been at 11.
Right.
That's when police found out and arrested the baby's father for rape.
New at 6. Fox.
Now, hold on. So it was the... Yeah, it was the
they
baby.
arrived at the hospital like a happy couple, ready to deliver the baby. Like
What's
both,
wrong
even
with this?
the 12-year-old girl was like, "Yep, time to deliver the baby."
Sage.
That's when police found out and arrested the
Time to give birth, baby.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I don't even want to put one of your friends. I don't even
Don't
want to
forget
name
to do your mathematic tables on the way.
baby's father for rape.
So the dad was not just a regular 12 or 13-year-old kid that was messing around with a 12 or 13-year-old kid, which could very well happen.
30 or something.
Could very well happen in Tulsa, Oklahoma. A couple 12-year-olds out there doing some stuff in the farm. Yeah, I mean that wouldn't be the most ideal situation, a 12-year-old knocking up a 12-year-old, but nobody's going to prison, I don't think.
New at 6. Fox 23.
This man was what, 30?
Something between 25 and 30, something like that.
Marinon is live with the mom's sentence. Rick.
Mom was working her way towards a jury trial, but just a couple of weeks ago, she decided to plead guilty, and now this case is closed. It was a case that sent
I wonder what she got. I wonder how many years she gets.
I think 15.
Waves through the community and put Tulsa in the national spotlight for a moment.
And not a good spotlight.
12-year-old girl showed up at Hillcrest Hospital in Midtown Tulsa in July 2021, ready to give birth. And by her side was her 24-year-old adult male lover.
Apparently, they all think it was just kind of fine, like nothing was wrong. And
now, if the 12-year-old had showed up with the mom to have the kid, and
father unknown,
like, I don't know necessarily if the mom would have kept her mouth shut and the 12-year-old kept her mouth shut.
Well, how do they know?
But I'm just saying, I got to think that the authorities are still going to roll up in there and probably do a lot of questioning, right? Or no?
I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. I think young kids have kids all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know that when we were in high school, if someone, they would turn up missing for 6 months and then come back and skinnier, but they didn't, the police weren't interrogating them.
Kenny Power says Sly Stallone would have, because, Tulsa King Lummy is obviously based out of Tulsa. Kenny Power says Sly Stallone would have get this all sorted out.
it was very.
Any of you guys watch Tulsa King?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I loved it. I can't
wait for it to come back.
I can't wait for it to come back. I hope Tyler Sheridan doesn't, act like a numbnut and not make a season 2 for Tulsa King.
No kidding.
Very strange.
Doctors at Hillcrest called.
Yeah, but you're right, Jay. Like if the mom just plays it cool, not that I'm condoning what happened, but if the mom plays it cool, keeps her mouth shut, and says, "Hey, you know what? She's got a couple little boyfriends that we don't know."
That's right.
Like we don't, I'm
a slut kid,
and I didn't, I don't condone this at all, but I don't believe in abortion, and so we gotta as a family, we gotta deal with this. It's not the ideal situation.
We're pro-life. We don't believe in abortion, and stop asking me questions.
One of her little 13, 14-year-old boys that she hangs out with did it. Probably she won't tell me who it is.
Police as the 12-year-old was in labor, and waiting for them was Juan Miranda Jara, excited by the fact he was about to be a new father, and confused by the fact that...
What a dumbass!
Wait, listen.
Let's listen to this part again, Harvey.
Like nothing was wrong, and it's very strange.
Doctors at Hillcrest called police as the 12-year-old was in labor, and waiting for them was Juan Miranda Jara, excited by the fact that he was about to be a new father, and confused by the fact that police were arresting him. Police would discover Miranda Jara was initially...
Man, look at those eyebrows.
Oh, those are nice.
Wow, Anna. Where'd she get those done at?
In a relationship with the girl's mother, Desiree Castaneda.
All right, so he's 24, Juan. He can't quite, maybe this is the problem in itself, is that he can't understand what the problem is. Okay. Why? I think fundamentally that might be the first question I ask an immigrant that's coming across the border. Hey, at 24, do you think it's okay for you to have sex with a 12-year-old and have kids?
Okay.
See?
Okay.
And when their relationship turned sour, Castaneda let Miranda Jara enter into a relationship.
Yeah, I don't like you anymore. It's not going so good, but you can blast my 12-year-old. No big deal. I mean,
no big deal.
I mean, didn't work out between you and I, but, you might be good for her.
With her daughter that quickly became sexual. They even changed their relationship status on Facebook. And
Jesus.
No!
Top it
Viva
off, friends and
Tulsa.
These people are there's no shame to these people's game.
And it didn't get
and then she's
flagged?
like she's in a relationship with Juan Miranda, And Ron Miranda says that he's in a relationship with old girl.
Oh, in the Latin American community, there's a lot of that stuff going on. Or in South American countries.
Ask Juan
But this
Franco.
is in Tulsa.
Ask the shortstop from the Rays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not in Tulsa.
You can't do that in Tulsa.
Family threw them a full
That should be a new country song. Can't do that in Tulsa.
blown baby shower to
See, how
celebrate the
nice is
pregnancy.
that?
They had a baby shower. Look at the pictures.
Oh my God!
I told you.
Miranda
That is.
Hold on.
Jara has now been in prison for more than a year, convicted of first-degree rape. He must serve at least 17 of his 20-year sentence and register as a sex offender when released.
Great. Perfect.
Castaneda was preparing to face trial on child neglect and enabling child sex abuse
It's like
when
she's getting ready to go to a Halloween party.
Yep.
she pleaded guilty last month.
15 years. Child neglect and enabling child sex abuse. 15 years in prison. Must register as a sex offender.
She was then sentenced to 15 years in prison and must register as a sex offender when she is released. The Tulsa County District Attorney's Office said in a statement, now that the case is closed, more than 2 years later, the facts of this
Now,
case...
who's going to take care of the baby?
That's what I was going to ask. What about the daughter? What about the 12-year-old?
Yeah.
Who's
What
got
about-
a mom in jail now?
Yes.
And the baby
and her
with no resources.
Mom and mom, boyfriend, baby daddy, all in
jail.
All in jail. You, I have to think, are gonna be messed up. I mean, you know.
Your 12-year-old mom.
I mean, yeah, you're a 12-year-old mom.
case are incredibly sad. Children should be able to rely on their parents for protection from people like Juan Miranda Jara. For Desiree
Juan didn't even know what the problem was. Juan,
¿Qué problema?
sir, put your hands behind your back. You're officially arrested for, did you have sex with this kid?
¿Qué?
Yeah.
See.
Is that your girlfriend?
Sí, sí, sí.
Yeah. Did you have intercourse with her?
Fiesta.
Castaneda
Fiesta.
to allow this to happen to her daughter
Did you have a Cinco de Mayo party that went a little bit south?
is appalling. Both defendants in this case are facing the consequences of their actions and will spend time in the Oklahoma Department of
I hope they spend every day of it.
Corrections. Our hope is the victim in this case
They should castrate him.
be able to put this awful chapter behind her.
You
Well, now she got this kid.
Now that her mom's going to jail,
Despite
she'll be able to
giving
put this
birth
behind
at
her.
Here we go.
Such a young age, we were told that mom and baby are doing just fine. As for their future, we were told DHS was involved, but because of privacy issues, that is all we are hearing about right now. Live at the Tulsa County Courthouse covering News That Matters, I'm Rick Marin on Fox 23
matters,
News.
all right.
Well, Bubba, do you remember the guy that they used to call Papa Love over in Tampa? He had
Papa
30-plus
Love.
children.
Oh, I do remember
and he
that.
got busted for having a baby with his niece.
Papa Love.
Papa Love.
That was like in the 90s, wasn't it?
No, it was 2010.
Really?
2009. Yeah, he had 30-plus children with a bunch of different women and a lot of family members.
Imagine what his child support obligations were.
Well, he's in prison now for the rest of his life, but
You'd have to make as much as J.D. Ocko just
Were
to
the
make one
nieces-
child support payment for the
Are
entire
the
month.
nieces underage?
yeah, 13 years old.
Oh.
Most of them were underage.
What do you get?
Life in prison.
Right, exactly, because that's capital sexual assault, and I think that is life in prison.
Yep.
And I think there are, and I know you're not a criminal guy, Jay, but you may know. I think that there are some instances where capital sexual something might be punishable by death.
Anything with capital is.
I think
I
so.
don't think there's any
I
sex
don't know if
crimes
there's.
that are
It could
punishable
be
with
a capital murder that involved a sex crime.
Well, but it's the
But that's
murder
the
that-
murder, exactly.
yeah. Okay.
So I'm not aware of any
Me either.
capital.
I mean, I thought
capital
I
sexual offenses that in and of themselves would justify a sentence of death.
Hey Alexa, can you get no, never mind. I could. I was just.
I got you, Bubs.
I don't know how I'd even form a. I don't know if she's even been up right. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning.
Sounds pissed.
And if you're looking for an early treat, I can add some Halloween decorations to our conversations.
That'd be awesome.
No, I don't
to
want to
learn
buy.
more, just ask, what's the Halloween theme?
No, stop. Shut up.
You don't want to know what the theme is?
What's the Halloween theme?
If say Alexa.
Alexa, what's the Halloween theme?
With the Halloween theme, I'll add some spectacular fun when you ask for the weather, timers, alarms, and even jokes.
How could you
to
not
put up
turn
the
that
Halloween
on?
decorations, just say, enable the Halloween theme.
Do
Bubba,
it.
Bubba, you're right, by the way.
Do it.
Hold on. I love
Do it.
when you say it. I love when you say it. Say it again, Lummy.
Bubba, you're right. Death penalty statutes for the rape of a child.
There you go.
under the age of
There you go,
13.
Jay. Death, like
In Florida, though.
Yeah,
right.
In Florida.
Yeah. Unclear. It actually happened in 1974.
Below 12? Is that what's the?
I think it is. I think it's below, like maybe 14.
No, under the for Florida, it's under the age of 12.
All right, so 11. So
this would be that crime.
Yeah, this because if they were able to prove that you can back time the conception, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can back time the conception, and so if they could back time the conception to when she was 11, if that in Tulsa, if this was in Florida, he could be facing the death penalty, which I'm all for.
Actually, in Tulsa, there is one in 2006 under the age of 14.
Oh, that's
if it's
this all
rape
day.
or forcible sodomy of a victim under 14.
Punishable by death?
Punishable by death. Yes.
Why isn't Juan getting that? Why isn't Juan getting
exactly
greased?
He got the baby shower exception.
Whoa, hold the phone. Is that horizon broad enough for you?
Oh, my apologies.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You can't even say that. It's like I was trying to think how I could how I could phrase that. I couldn't come up with one.
No.
Because it's
it
just
certainly
like,
is. That shit's cool all day.
like hey.
Yeah. That's just fucking standard practice. Hey, Bubba.
Hey, what?
If my dad could organize his friend in Israel to call into tomorrow's show, would you want that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I'm working on it.
I don't think there is. I don't think so. Well, no one's gonna ask that.
No, but
that's the question. Cultural. It can be cultural.
Yeah.
Morning, everybody. It was hard to pay attention to the track stuff when I was looking at all the massacre that was happening over here. It's heartbreaking. Did you see the one video that they showed, and Steven highlighted what I was looking at, where they showed the woman being pulled out of the back of the truck and have her face blotched out, but they don't have her pants blotched out.
You see all the blood?
From looks like she'd been sodomized. It's just right. It's right where you would be sexually assaulted. And it's like, are you kidding me? But there's no blood anywhere else.
Well, I saw it before they blurred out her face. It was unblurred. The first videos I saw, there was blood everywhere.
It's violent. What they did to the kids, and it was literally. I think it was called it was a peace music festival.
It was a rave.
It was it was for peace. It was like one of those ones. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's really fucking disturbing. Did you see the pictures of the tent or just the bodies?
I did.
It's really fucking sad.
So
Israel's making it a parking lot.
Yeah, so I'm talking with my dad right now, and he's trying to get his friend Jack lives in Tel Aviv, so I'm like, maybe Jack can call him to the show tomorrow and kind of get his.
we have a couple of friends, close dear friends that have people over there, family members.
Yeah.
You know Bill that comes to games, Bubba?
Yeah.
My dad's best friend, Bill.
Yes.
He's got a sister in Israel right now. That he was Saturday night. He's like, I got to leave. I've been able to talk to her. I can only talk to her every 8 hours. And I try to call her every 3. And
he's probably just
got bad cell service. It's really sketchy.
Yeah.
He's probably beside himself.
Yeah, well, now they can't get out because they have targeted the airport. That's what they said. A target is the Israeli the big airport. Mm-hmm. So people are afraid to go in and out. Israel ain't fucking around. That they cut off power, fuel.
Oh yeah, nothing's getting in or out.
You're not getting anything. No supplies, and they basically said all the civilians
they said
leave.
But it's like, where are they gonna go? But also,
well, where did they go from Ukraine? Well, let them go surrounding countries. Right?
Well, I mean, do you see where Gaza is?
Yeah, I know. But that's one of the ironies of the Palestinians is no other Muslim country says, "Come join us."
Exactly.
It's a Shiite and
are they? I think
Sunni
they're mostly,
problem. No, it's
mostly
a Shiite Sunni problem. It's like they're
it?
not the right. They're not the right.
What are
part
they?
of the right
Sunni?
club.
Do we
I don't
know?
remember which one, but I know that everyone around them are not.
Most Muslims are Sunni.
Right.
I know the Iranians are Shia. That's why there's a lot of problems with Saudi Arabia.
So they're probably Shia then if Iran is supportive, if Iran is supporting them.
Maybe, but also they all both hate Israel. So let's see. Let's find out. Most Palestinians are Sunni, but some are Christians of various denominations. A small community of Arab Samaritans numbering around 400 live near the West Bank town. They're mostly Sunni. Muslims comprise 85% of the West Bank, 99% of the Gaza Strip. The largest denomination among Palestinians
99% of the Gaza Strip
are Muslim.
Yeah. And so, I mean, is that Sunni then?
Yeah, the largest denomination among Palestinian Muslims are Sunnis.
Yeah.
Comprising 98 to 99 of the total Muslim population.
Wow.
So yeah, they're mostly Sunnis.
So then, what is Iran?
Iran is
what is
Shia.
What's on the other side of Palestine? I don't know much
There's
geography.
Lebanon.
Lebanon, okay.
And then like Syria's right there.
Right, and they're not. They're Sunni.
They're,
I mean, they're
most
Shia.
are like Sunni.
I think they're the opposite. So they are.
I think they're mostly Sunni.
Check that, because otherwise they let them all in.
Funny. Well, we don't want a bunch of fucking refugees. Like, you know what I mean?
No one does.
Right, exactly.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we're the only fucking. I almost said.
That's why we have sleeper cells now.
Fucking losers.
What were you gonna say there? Yeah.
A lot of them are Christian.
But the Shias, my point is just the denomination. So they're probably almost
The
equal.
Muslim population is somewhat evenly split between Sunni and Shia denominations, with smaller numbers of those belonging to
I bet you
either
Saudi's more one, because it's a more one kingdom. I bet you there's less diversity in Saudi.
They're Sunnis. That's why they have so many problems with Iran, who are Shias.
Right.
So it's like silly. It seems.
For
The
a couple
same-
thousand years.
I don't even know what the differences are. Like, I couldn't tell you, even begin to tell you. Like, what's the difference between Sunni and Shia? It's like 1A, 1B.
Yeah, but if they asked you, what's the difference between a Catholic and a Baptist?
I
they
don't
probably
really
could,
even
you
know either. So.
Right.
I just know the confession deal. Catholics seem like they have less fun.
People, yeah.
They touch boys. No offense, boy touching deal. But
Yeah.
that's all I know.
Other than that, it's great.
It's less for.
Bubba the Love Sponge!
I love everything about the show. Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
This is awesome. I love it. And I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Bubba the Love Sponge!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be exclusive to our podcast, so you're probably somewhat familiar with that. Try to go find it if you can. Anywhere that offers podcasts, we have great distribution. Just type in the Bubba Army.
Live on locals too.
And live on locals too, whatever that means.
Live on locals.
Oh, so
Hold on a second.
Hold on.
See this visually.
There we go. So sorry. So, well, let's call it 11. I'm sorry. Let's call it like 10:15, 10:20 ish. You guys cool with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I am cool with that.
Travis Kelce, what? Do you have an ankle injury last night, Lummy? Is he? Is he done?
No. He came back in and scored a touchdown.
He did.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift has the Vikings won any games yet?
Yeah, they won one.
The Packers have a hope not to finish last. Because I think Detroit's going to run away with that division.
I think the Bears are going to finish last.
Okay. I think the Packers are going to probably finish second, but that might not even be 500.
Probably not.
I think the Lions, man, they came out of nowhere, and I'm happy for. I mean, listen, I'm a huge Packer fan, but it's, man, if there's one franchise, aren't they just one of, like, what, them and the Browns are the only way? And the Browns in the '60s when they had Jim Brown, and it was the Cleveland Browns, which really are the Baltimore Ravens, aren't they?
Yes.
I mean, like,
pretty
it's
much.
Yeah, but anyway, isn't there only a couple teams that have never made it to the Super Bowl? The Browns.
You got the Panther, not the Panther. Sorry, the Jaguars.
The Jags.
Yeah.
The Lions and the Browns. I think.
I believe so.
Well, Tennessee Titans, did they make a Super Bowl?
Yeah, they did. They lost to the Rams.
Okay. Well, anyway, Taylor Swift was not at the game to see her boyfriend.
And Texans too. Sorry.
Was that the first time you'd met?
This is.
I mean, who cares?
This is. That's what they're turning this into.
She looks like a Muppet.
Donna Kelsey
She
all of a
does.
sudden is in a lot of commercials.
Oh,
yeah, like
Muppet-looking bitch.
Muppet-looking.
Does
bitch.
she not look
She
like
does.
a Muppet?
Muppet-looking bitch. Hold on, Travis. You better not break up with Swift because she'll have your mom is a Muppet-looking bitch song. Man, that'd be a low blow taking hacks at your mom, would it not?
Yeah.
Taylor? Yeah, it's.
I'm telling you, if I was
Where's
the
their dad?
if I was the program director of a top 40 radio station, I'd be playing Lummy. Remember that fake Taylor Swift breakup song? Yep. I'd be playing the hell out of that song.
You know, it's fairly new.
Yeah, where is the dad?
Maybe they don't have one.
Well, no, they got to have one.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's out there.
So I don't like to talk about it. It's just one of those things where, you know, obviously everybody saw me. I was in the boxes with her, and yeah, it's just you know, another thing that's amped up my life.
Yeah. What was she like? What was it?
Well, she's worth about $3 billion. She's pretty cool.
I mean, so you got to know her a little bit. Got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Look, she's getting more excited than her
We
mom,
both
though.
met
See what I'm saying?
her
Look, she's
and-
bumping chest. Come on. Did you see that Bubba go back like 20 seconds? Watch what she's
She
doing.
throwing shade at Taylor?
Yeah.
Games. How was it?
Look at mom's chilling. She's
was okay.
bumping chest. Watch.
We both met her,
Nice.
and we've always
She seems pretty cool.
sort of just been delighted by her way.
Too excited.
Yeah.
Did Travis
Does he
say,
not like? Does
Mom?
she not like her?
I mean, she looks like she's being kind of a
She a
bitch.
little stiff?
Yeah, she is a little stiff. She's a little stiff.
What the hell?
Taylor Swift is so cool. Like, hold on.
Got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. we both met her, and we've always sort of just been delighted by her way. Yeah.
Did Travis say, Mom, if you get on the Today Show and start spilling the beans,
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
you get a little warning?
It's not so much a warning, it's his personal life.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'll talk about my life and when the kids were little and I was with them. But, you know, they're men now.
Yeah,
they're grown. And they've got their own lives. And there isn't a man alive that's going to talk to their mom about their personal life.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, I could tell my mom anything.
Oh, looks like they got divorced.
Her and her.
about a year ago.
Yeah, well, good for him.
She like rolled her
25 years.
eyes.
She did roll her eyes there. That was pretty.
Is that because she didn't want to answer the question because she hates Taylor?
I don't know. I think I don't know. But she's
Wayne's
being
World looking bitch. Get out of here.
Wayne's World Muppet looking bitch. Don't be talking bad about Taylor Swift.
Yeah, you little bitch.
You little bitch. I mean, I even like Taylor Swift.
Me too.
Jay, how much? Now you got enough heat from your family. I don't mean to bring up a bad topic, Jay, but sometimes we get a little transparent here on the show.
There's only like 4 minutes left of the
There's
show.
only 2 minutes left on the program. I'm going to leave them high and dry. But did you or did you not get a ton of heat on how you got married?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jay said, I'm not doing the standard Diaco over-the-top nonsense like Dan and everybody. I'm going to go ahead and me and my wife are going to elope, and we love each other.
to St. Pete.
But it wasn't a big deal. Nobody really knew about it.
Nope.
Till they did.
Jay did his own thing, and he caught a ton of heat.
Oh, my God. I still
From
do.
Joe, from Arlene.
Wait, didn't you guys tape it and like send the video to
That's
everybody?
exactly right.
Yeah.
I put up a tripod and I videoed it.
Oh, yeah.
And then I edited it and I had everyone receive it by Valentine's Day because I thought they would think it was romantic.
Oh, that didn't go so swell for you, did it, buddy? If you had a chance, if you had a chance to do it all over again, you probably would be a little more conventional about it.
Absolutely
Don't
not.
you think?
Really?
Absolutely not.
No?
Nope. I
You would have done it the same way.
100%
What
do
about
the
the
same way.
timing of it?
But
my wife's father had died, and I had been engaged and almost married once. Neither one of us were doing it. We were not doing it. And after I've done it, I would say marriage should be a selfish act. And a wedding is not an act where you're supposed to. Kendall and I had a very intense commitment moment that many people may not have. You know what I mean? She's my ride or die. And so we to the exclusion of our families, everyone got so mad at us, but we were committed to each other, and we are committed to each other.
I know how your wife is wired. I love her to death. And if you would have done this to her, you would have gotten shanked. I promise you, she would have got out of the pool and she would have stabbed you.
There was no
on your
cake
wedding
smashing
day.
in faces or any of that crap.
Watch what this guy does to this girl.
I cannot.
I
can see it already.
Hold on. So they had planned. They did this big wedding. They had planned to both jump in the pool.
Oh, it's this MFer.
Oh yeah. So tell me, Jay, how not only did you get hit from your family, but tell me that your wife wouldn't have absolutely stabbed you had you done this.
The whole flute side of the family would have beat me.
They go to jump in. He fake bunny hops, kind of throws her in.
Oh, that's kind of funny, but he didn't push her in. I thought it was going to be worse than that.
Yeah, but she's. I mean,
look at he did such a good job of protecting.
He did, and oh my Lord. They didn't get a divorce, did they?
Oh, no, that's just people's comments.
Yeah. I got in big trouble. My first marriage, which was October 20th. Yeah, to Jill, October 28th, 1988. And my now deceased stepfather, Eddie, Jeff, there was a part of the wedding where we had to both kneel down on this bench, her and I together. And on the bottom of my shoes, they put "Help Me." So when I was kneeling down, you could see the bottom of my shoes, and it said "Help Me," and the whole church popped. Like they popped. They thought it was so funny, and everybody loved it. And my stepdad, just when I did it, so it's like I had a little bit of plausibility,
Yeah.
And in the is at the reception, like when you stand outside and everybody comes and greets the bride and groom.
Yeah.
Her mom
reception line.
Her mom came to me and she goes, "I swear to God, you humiliated our family. And if this is any indication as to how it's going to go, I pray for my daughter."
Oh my God!
And
she didn't pray hard enough.
You didn't pray hard enough, bitch. Because
did you even get divorced or was it annulled?
It was annulled. It was
her prayers came true. Then
exactly. Her prayers came true. You got what you wanted. Lummy, we're late. I gotta go. Jay, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
On of 10:15, 10:20. Okay.
Yes, sir.
For our podcast. We'll see you guys over there.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
I repent